Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of The Fat Minute. Joined tonight by He Does Whatever a Spider Can, BVJ.
Hello.
Catches thieves just like flies, Mike.
Yo.
Spins a web any size, it's Trevor.
Hi.
And I am, of course, Don John, and I want pictures of Spider-Man, damn it. So tonight, the four of us...
I want pictures of Spider-Man, damn it.
He can get pictures of Julia Roberts in a thong, but he can't get any of this weirdo.
Whoa.
That's what he says in the movie.
Yeah, that is word for word what he says. So the four of us tonight, we're going to rank every single Spider-Man movie so far. And I think it's pretty great that we happen to be doing this today when a ton of news about the upcoming Spider-Man 3 has been dropping left and right all over the place today.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about happy coincidences.
Go ahead and say what the news was.
Well, the first confirmed is that Alfred Molina is returning as Doc Ock. And then the next bit of news, these have been rumors for a while, but the fact that they're being reported by more legitimate news sources, is a nice change of pace. That apparently Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, and Kirsten Dunst, and maybe even Emma Stone are in talks to come back. So
the twist to this episode is that it's one giant tribute to the worst Facebook group Donnie and I have ever belonged to.
Fuck that group.
What one?
What group are you talking about?
Spider-Man responsibility posting.
Or shit slinging, one of them. But but basically,
you're getting upset about a shit posting group.
No, Donnie, go ahead and explain why they were shitty, though.
I mean, they were just fucking hypocritical, and literally, if you disagreed with anything, it was like you were immediately retarded. Like they would go from 0 to 1,000 over a fucking movie.
I mean, I got. They used retarded for you, but like for me, I said I didn't like Tom Holland as much as other people, and I got called an FAGGOT. It's just like what the fuck?
Over a movie.
But then, I remember one time you had a question. You had an inquiry. You're like, "Hey, I'm doing a Spider-Man video soon. Do any of you have any suggestions?" Nobody replied to your post.
Well, no, the admins didn't approve my post.
Yeah, they didn't approve it, but then they approved borderline hate speech.
Yeah,
yeah.
So, yeah.
They're not as cool as DC Martha posting.
No,
or Simpsons Bort posting.
Or Al Pacino great ass posting.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Or Fat Albert Hay posting.
And your head was all the way up it.
I knew Michael would love that.
I love that movie.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump into it here. We're going to be ranking all Spider-Man movies on a scale of A to F. Obviously, A being the best, F being the worst. And a disclaimer here, we're only ranking and comparing these movies in comparison to each other and how they stand in the Spider-Man franchise. Our rankings here don't necessarily reflect how they rank as movies, the point's going to come up later, just because one of for me specifically, just because one of these movies might be an F here doesn't necessarily mean it is actually a bad movie. And we'll elaborate more on that as we go along. And we're going to go in order of release, starting off with, of course, Spider-Man 1. I feel like Spider-Man 1 at this point, it's safe to say it's a classic. I would even go so far as to say that, I've made the point before, I think this movie needs to be studied because specifically by anybody who has to direct a superhero origin story. I think it's one of the best superhero origin movies that has ever come out still to this day. And I also it's very obvious that Sam Raimi took a lot of inspiration from the Marvel years where Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, and Jack Kirby were running the show in terms of how he set the tone for this movie. That being said, Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man, it's a great movie. But in terms of this franchise, and this is going to be a little surprising, I'm going to put it right in the middle at a comfortable C because it shows its age so horribly. Every time I watch it, I find something else to dislike about it. it is so it's very cringy in a lot of moments.
I'm looking at you, parade scene.
Fucking Macy Gray.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's like, does anybody remember Macy Gray?
Yeah, there's a lot of
Nutmeg Fantasy.
there's a lot of cringy moments. It shows its age really horribly, and then also just a lot of character dynamics just don't make any fucking sense. Like the biggest example being Harry Osborn's friendship with Peter. Like he's supposed to be his best friend, but within 20 minutes of meeting him, Harry Osborn immediately makes a move on a girl that he knows his buddy has a crush on. Like,
Well, and you know, it's another thing I just noticed the other day. Like when Peter meets Norman Osborn in the beginning, in that meme that came from where it's like, I'm something of a scientist myself.
yeah,
Like, I didn't think about it until the other week, but I'm like, wait a second, that's your best friend, and you're just now meeting his
I literally
dad?
was about to say that. Yeah, because they mentioned that they've been friends since they were like in the 2nd grade.
Yeah, like they've never had a
Coincidentally,
sleepover.
right when the movie starts, right when they start filming.
What? What, Trevor?
I don't know.
His
just
dad's a millionaire. He's busy all the time.
They never met before they started filming the movie.
Shut up. But no, like he never had like a sleepover at his place or anything. Like, what the fuck?
Right. So Spider-Man, good movie, but I'm still gonna put it right in the middle at a C, just because of how much it shows its age, and also just because, you know, at this point, other movies that I like much more in the franchise have come out since then. So I'm gonna put it at a C, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bounce it over to you, Blake.
So I partooketh in the Spider-Man.
Jesus Christ.
I knew that was gonna come, Trevor.
Me thinks it's a good upvote.
Anyway, yeah.
It's a piece of culture.
I didn't know we got the fucking Grinch with us tonight. You're out for blood tonight.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Trevor's been a little cocksucker all day, honestly. Anyway, so Spider-Man 1, 2002.
A year after 9/11.
Gosh, oh, man.
Christ, read the first 3 pages of the script, why don't you?
Okay. Here's the one thing I got to get out of the way, Donnie. As far as your whole like, what do I think of it as a Spider-Man movie versus what would I rate it as a movie itself? I don't really know how to separate the two. So I mean, I'll try to do that. But like, as far as like the rest of this episode, what I think of a movie is what I think of a movie.
Okay.
But
well, like let me put it this way. Like maybe
Don't confuse Blake.
Maybe this will help. Like as a movie, I think Spider-Man. I would put Spider-Man as a B. Like if we were just like ranking it as just a movie. But in terms of like just these 8 movies, like where it ranks, I put it in the middle in terms of these 8 movies. So that's why it's a C here. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it does.
It's like when people talk about Star Wars and they say like it's not a great Star Wars movie, but it's like a good movie.
Exactly.
Or,
sort of
or
thing.
like how I say Man of Steel is a good science fiction drama, but it's not a good Superman movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean,
that's what I'm getting at.
I'll try, but I mean, like with a lot of points, it just really comes down to whether or not I like it. You know, it's just
Yeah.
like it either gets my thumb or it doesn't.
Okay.
But
We definitely established ground rules before we started recording, for anyone wondering.
yeah, first ground rule is Trevor's a fucking asshole. But anyway,
Guy's a fucking asshole.
so yeah, I think it Jesus Christ, why can't I spit out what the fuck I think about this movie? I think like I had a stroke. As far as like
This is when Donnie interrupts the recording. Hey guys, so Blake did have a stroke that night. This episode's in his honor.
can somebody else go next? Really? Like I'll come back to me. I'm sorry.
All right, Trevor, go
Mike,
ahead.
if you want to, or okay, I'll go. So let me just go ahead and get the grade out of the way. Donnie, I'm kind of in agreement with you, but I would honestly, as a Spider-Man movie, put it up at a B.
Yeah.
Probably just because I'm super nostalgic for this one, maybe even more so than 2.
Mm-hmm.
which I feel like came out in an age where I could enjoy it more.
Yeah.
It's just one of those movies where like I haven't seen it in years, but I can remember scene for scene, point for point. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It just really stuck with me over the years. I'm going to establish this right out, and it's going to come up a lot throughout the episode, but I don't like Tobey Maguire that much.
Yeah.
I think he's an okay Peter Parker, but a pretty shit Spider-Man when he actually has the mask on. His quips feel very like feeble and like it's not the voice I would picture when I'm reading the comics.
I mean, I've always said when it comes to Maguire, Garfield, and Holland, I don't have a favorite. But I feel like each one perfectly fits the tone of the franchise they're in.
Yeah, definitely. My logic has always been Tobey Maguire's the better Peter Parker, Andrew Garfield's the slightly better Spider-Man, and Tom Holland's like the best balance they've had so far.
I can agree with that.
You can or can't?
Can.
Okay, cool. We were going to have an argument otherwise. No. But yeah, first... What?
Nothing.
You are having a stroke.
Do you smell toast?
But yeah, I'll definitely agree with Spider-Man 1 shows its age, but at the same time, it's a Sam Raimi movie. Like, it from the ground up was designed to be campy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the old Evil Deads. It shows itself. But there was a YouTube channel I watched once. I believe it was called the Cosmonaut Variety Hour. Has anyone watched them before?
I love him.
They're pretty good.
He's so funny.
He's brought up a few points I love with that first movie, like God, in the parade scene where Green Goblin throws a pumpkin bomb and people turn to skeletons for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
I always loved that for some reason. I always thought that was artistically cool.
But Mary Jane and Harry are literal feet away, and it doesn't happen to them.
That's true.
But another point he brought up that I went back and looked, and it's fucking hilarious, is the thing with the very first movie is at any point in time you can pause it and you will find an extra doing something really fucking goofy in the background. Like either really overacting or just not paying attention. Like I don't know what it was with the extras in that movie.
They were being extra.
Yeah, they were being extra. But
that's true.
Back to my point, yeah, I just have I have a ton of strong like memories of the first one. It had a lot of really cool set pieces, and while by far it's not my favorite Spider-Man movie, I think you have to say that like this and X-Men kind of broke the ground for everything that followed it.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
I mean, that's why it was so hard for me to put it at a C, because I'm like, for what it's done, and again, the nostalgia, like you mentioned, I'm like, it's hard for me to put it at a C, but in terms of just how I feel about where it ranks in this franchise, that's where I'm going to put it. But as a movie, it's definitely a whole letter grade higher.
Right. But yeah, I mean it does show its age, but it broke a lot of ground for the things that followed it, and I think that's worth something. So yeah, I put it at a B.
All right. Yeah, some of the probably the one of the cringiest moments for me is after Peter sells like his first batch of photos to the Bugle, and he's getting the he drops like the paycheck off or the whatever to Betty Brant. He's just like, "Hi, I'm Peter." And she's like, "I'm a photographer."
I like turtles.
He was channeling the kid in the fucking line for Santa in A Christmas Story.
Yeah, I'm a photographer.
I love The Wizard of Oz.
I cried like a baby when you played Cinderella.
Oh, I fucking hate. That's like a Kogel line.
No, that's a line. You mean that's the line that Kogel would roast?
Yeah.
What's the I don't think it was in the first one, but what's the line where Tobey Maguire's talking to Mary Jane and he's like, "Oh God, yeah, I want to," or something like that.
What? Oh, where where Kogel responded to it? You mean?
No. Like Tobey Maguire, he's like, "Oh God, yeah, I do." Or,
Yeah,
like, he says it really fucking weird.
That sounds like something from the third movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is in the third movie. That's when they're laying in the web, and she's
Oh
like,
yeah.
Oh
she says like, "Tell me you love me," and he's like, "Oh boy, yeah."
Yeah, I do.
Oh boy, howdy.
Oh.
All right,
Well, back
Mike,
to the first movie.
Mike, what do you guys say?
I love the 2002 Spider-Man movie. A lot what Trevor said. I'm really nostalgic for this one. Kind of more nostalgic for this one than two. Not to get ahead of myself. I like two better, but I don't know. I just have a lot of fond memories of the first movie. I remember the feeling I had when like I saw it in the movie theaters. I don't know. It kept going through my head when I was a kid. Like I'm seeing a Spider-Man movie, like Spider-Man's like real on the big screen. Like he's not a cartoon. He's not a drawing anymore.
Yeah. He's an actual fucking dork.
Yeah.
Side note, maybe it's why I'm nostalgic for it. This is the only movie I ever saw at the Deep Creek Lake theaters.
Nice.
I saw it too there.
Really?
Yeah. What if we saw the same showing the same day, Trevor? That was our origin story together.
Oh my God.
I thought we saw.
And then we
I thought
didn't
saw
talk for a
Inception.
decade.
I thought we all saw Inception at the Deep Creek movie theater.
We did.
That's what I thought.
Oh,
So this was your first,
again.
Though. But anyways,
We also saw The Hobbit there.
That's right,
okay.
yeah. Anyways, but no, I would say honestly, Tobey Maguire is my favorite Spider-Man. I will say he is a better Peter Parker than he is a Spider-Man. But I feel like that's not really his fault because like the script doesn't give him any funny lines to say. I think Tobey Maguire can be funny, like without being like indirectly funny. Like I mean, like actually funny.
Well, then, and one of the funny lines he says, the legit at the time funny lines he says, like aged really bad, where he's like, "Gee, that's a nice outfit. Did your husband get that for you?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like when you're 10, that's funny, but like it didn't age very well. But like, I don't know. I love the stylistic. I mean, I'm a huge Sam Raimi fan. I love his other movies. I love the Evil Dead franchise. I even love his own like he created kind of his own superhero before Spider-Man, which was Darkman. I'm a big fan of that movie. And when you watch that movie, like you could tell that was kind of the prototype for this movie. There's a lot of similar like cinematography and action scenes.
Yeah.
And you get like Willem Dafoe is perfect as the Green Goblin. Like,
oh yeah.
The only complaint people have about him is his costume, and I mean, if that's your worst complaint, like he's great.
It is,
and that's not his fault though.
Yeah, and that's not his fault.
It is kind of silly though that like a lot of times you can see Willem Dafoe's mouth behind the mesh on the mask,
right?
And it's even better. It's even better when the Green Goblin says a line, but Willem Dafoe's mouth doesn't move.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I kind of like that. Like the scene where, there's like two scenes. It's like before the last fight, and then the scene where like he drugged Spider-Man. The like
on the rooftop.
And like the eye lenses fold back, and you can see his real mouth behind the mesh, so you can see like Willem Dafoe's like face, like you can see his like emotions, like you can see his eyes and his brow.
That's great. I'm talking about like in the parade scene when they're like fighting, and he says stuff, and like you could see his mouth behind the mesh. It's kind of distracting and it's kind of silly. I mean, I know it's not his fault, but
the parade scene is a fever dream.
Yeah, I actually like the parade scene. I don't know. It reminded me of like the cartoon. Like it felt like a scene from the cartoon. Like with Spider-Man like jumping on like the inflatables to like bounce up to like get to Mary Jane. I don't know. And then like it literally ends in like the comic book way, like the Green Goblin's flying away and he says, "We'll meet again, Spider-Man." Like it was like a comic book come to life. And yeah, I feel like all the casting was really good. Honestly, the big glaring thing for this movie, and not so much in the second movie, but the first and the third movie, I hate the romance. They fixed it. I feel like it wasn't that good in 1. They fixed it in 2, and then they screwed it back up in 3.
Oh God, yeah.
Because
that's another thing that Cosmonaut channel I was talking about. He talks about is like Mary Jane is toxic as fuck in these movies.
Oh my god, yeah.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
she's in a relationship with Harry, but she's still like, I'm gonna make out with fucking Spider-Man. Like,
Yeah.
and then she's
I feel
totally got the hots for Spider-Man and doesn't like at the time know that Spider-Man is Peter, but is like totally putting the moves on Peter too.
Yeah, I feel like she's just kind of stringing Harry along, like Harry asked her out, and she's just like, sure.
Yeah.
He's my not boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yup.
But yeah, no, they just.
Mike?
Oh, it's going to be one of those nights.
What about her?
Mike?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. What happened?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I fiddled with my. It might be because I was fiddling with my microphone. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, it's like, well, why does Peter Parker love Mary Jane? It's like, because she's pretty, I guess. That's
pretty much it, yeah.
It's like, what other personality trait does she really have?
Yeah.
I mean, you get like things like she talks about, like she's from a broken home and stuff, and her dad's an ass, but like, there's not enough there.
That's like I'm gonna bring up the point later. Like, say what you want about the Andrew Garfield movies, he had the best girlfriend.
Right. Yeah. That they really nailed the romance on it, but that's also because they had a director who was experienced in writing romances.
Yeah.
Because that's
and
they were dating during the second one.
Life.
Yes. They were dating in real life, and like they actually had like chemistry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And don't get me wrong, like I think Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst have chemistry in the second one.
Yeah.
They really nailed it in the second one, and then they dropped the ball again in the third one.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know what to do with Mary Jane in the third one once they got together.
Yeah.
But anyways, like getting back to the first one, yeah, that's really the only problem I have with the first one. Like, even though the graphics are like 2002, I still think the effects look really, really good for its time.
They do. I rewatched it the other day on Blu-ray. It still holds up pretty well for the most part.
Yeah,
Yep.
even like the CG, and like they were pretty bold because like they had like tons of CGI shots of like him in the daylight.
Yeah.
Like that was really hard to do back then.
Mhm.
Like when he's swinging through everything. One of my favorite scenes is when he's fighting the Green Goblin, like in the burning building, and he's kind of, I mean, the Matrix that just came out a couple years ago. He's kind of doing the Matrix. He flips,
Yeah.
where like the razor blades are flying at him.
Yeah.
Like I love that scene. And like I don't know, Sam Raimi had this really good intensity with the fight scenes, and I don't know if it was like just him or Tobey Maguire or both, but like I don't know, the fight scenes always got to me in those movies. They were really intense. Like when Tobey Maguire would fight, like he's like screaming and yelling, and then the final fight scene, like I remember being a kid, like almost wanting to like cover my eyes. Like that final fight scene's kind of graphic.
I'm a sucker for when his suit gets all like damaged up.
Yeah,
when it looks like an old pair of underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like
Did that happen in 2 or 3? Like I feel like that you only saw it like that at the end of the
In
first
3
one.
it does.
Yeah.
in 3 it does
Does
a
it?
little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, his suit gets a little tore up in 2, but like,
Yeah.
but no, like in 1, like he's getting the shit beat out of him.
Yeah.
Like he's like they have a slow-mo shot where like Green Goblin like punches him and he's spitting out blood. And one of the scenes that always got me, like it made Spider-Man feel really human, is Green Goblin like takes him and slams him on the ground and he like knocks the wind out of him, and like Tobey Maguire's voice like breaks and gets all high pitched. Yeah, I always get that. You get that that chill down your back.
Yeah.
Because it's scary, and I don't know. Like I love the first.
Like
movie.
it's that sound. It's like either Tobey Maguire like really nailed that shot, or Willem Dafoe legit fucking punched Tobey Maguire in the fucking gut.
He's crazy enough.
Yeah,
he probably did on accident. But no, I love the first Spider-Man. I would put Spider-Man 1 as far as tier goes. I would put it at a B.
All right.
Just because I feel like the romance and some of the like things that date it kind of bog it down a little bit. But for me, it's a B.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blake, we're back to you.
All right, I apologize for that earlier. I don't know. I just needed a minute. But anyway,
he was excited.
So, Spider-Man 1, 2002. Still, Oh, man, I'm never gonna get this done tonight. Anyway, come on, Trevor. Come on, help me out here. Be on my team for once.
For once.
Okay. Still a solid movie. Yeah, obviously it shows its age. It's not timeless, but honestly, like, to be fair, as much as I use the whole age thing with a lot of other movies, no movie is timeless. And any movie, when you watch it after 20 years, it's going to show some age. But as far as like superhero origin stories go, like origin movies, it was, and I know that you and I will never agree on this film, Donnie. It was completely outdone by Batman Begins. Like, Batman Begins to this day is still the best origin film. It blew it out of the water. And then I would even dare say that like the first Wonder Woman movie is probably better. Now, once again, I'm talking about, the wrinkles on a 2002 movie versus a movie that just came out in 2017. But nonetheless, and it spent a good while being like the most solid origin movie, but still. And then another thing about it that I always say is like, and you and I discussed this the other night, Donnie, its pacing is weird because, and I know this is a weird thing to say and we don't get to say it a lot of times because usually we're like a movie is too slow or it like drags a little bit. The first Spider-Man movie is honestly a little too fast, if anything. It's almost a little too brisk. I mean, it really like jumps along. But are y'all still there? I just want to make sure I didn't drop.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just like it doesn't. I mean, I guess that's better than dragging, but I mean, like, it really doesn't like put its foot anywhere near the brake. Like, like it clicks along. But
I wouldn't say it goes too fast. I mean, I would agree it doesn't put its foot near the brake, but it doesn't floor the gas. I would say it puts it in cruise control and just lets it go.
I get it. It doesn't. I guess like I already said, like it doesn't pump a brake here and there at all. Like it doesn't make it turn even.
But
like
it doesn't floor it.
Yeah.
He's probably like what would you say? He's probably Spider-Man by like 45 minutes in.
If that.
Yeah. But I just mean like it going back and forth. Like also like there isn't many like I guess kind of pit stop like breathing scenes. Like you're either seeing Spider-Man become Spider-Man or you're seeing the Green Goblin become the Green Goblin. Like it goes. But and then like to your point, Mike, like that final fight is pretty fucking like it didn't pussy out for a PG-13 movie that was ultimately going to be seen by primarily, young people in 2002. Like, Spider-Man does get the shit beat out of him. And I'm surprised you didn't bring it up, Michael, because I feel like it's a moment you would have liked when like he goes into the burning building and he thinks he's saving like a screaming old lady and like the Green Goblin turns around and does one more scream. Like, I don't know. That made me jump as a little kid.
Sorry to interrupt you, Blake, but like going back to the one part where I said like how I liked the intensity that like Tobey Maguire brought to like the serious parts of Spider-Man. One of my favorite moments, like before the fight starts in the burning building, is when he thinks he's looking for an old lady, and he's like, "Where are you?" And then like a I don't know, like a part of the ceiling falls down, and then like the old lady screams again, and Tobey Maguire, just the way he yells like "Where are you?"
Yeah,
it's like whoo, it gives me the willies. Like Tobey Maguire is good at doing like the superhero yell.
Yeah. No, Tobey Maguire, and like that is, and he does it a lot as like Spider-Man, but like, and I don't know if this is just a main Spider-Man trait, but like Tobey Maguire has a really good screaming voice. Like he doesn't phone it in when he screams, but and it's just like I still love the whole bonesaw scene with Macho Man Randy Savage, and I love how I think it's crazy going back because like just several years ago I was like, wait a second, is that? And the lady who signs him up for the fight is Octavia Spencer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot about that.
She's like, may God be with you. And you get that guy where he's like, oh, my legs. Oh, God.
I can't feel my legs.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
Oh God, I
he
can't
ain't gonna
feel
be flying
my
anytime
legs.
soon.
You know, and I just remember seeing that with my parents, and you see all those like, ruthless, people, fans in the stands cheering for Bonesaw, being like, yeah, yeah. And my mom was like, yeah, and those people are like that in real fucking life. Oh, my mom hates wrestling so much. To this day, I'm still glad that like Donnie and I didn't watch Monday Night Raw in front of her. But yeah, so okay, and again, like I don't want to do a rerun of anything I said in the 2002 episode, but the rating. So I think I now understand what we're going for here, Donnie. As far as this franchise goes, I'm gonna give the first Spider-Man movie a B. But as far as like a movie in general, outside of this series, outside of this genre,
Mm-hmm.
it's probably closer to a C, just because of like its pacing and how like snappy it moves along and how much it's aged. But no, as far as like the Spider-Man franchise, I'm gonna give it a comfortable B.
All right. You see, that's the fun part about the distinction and how we're ranking. Like, the ranking of each movie in terms of how it is as a movie
Yeah.
could be higher, it could be lower. So,
Yeah,
I think it's going to open up some interesting discussions for us tonight.
yeah.
All right, so let's move
So
on.
I basically gave it the opposite of what you did, because you said it's a C, but as a movie, it's a B, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I gave it the opposite. Okay,
Yeah.
Cool. Go ahead.
Let's move on to the next one, Spider-Man 2. I mean, for a while, this was like the best Spider-Man movie. I mean, it took everything from the first movie and made it better. It's nowhere near as cringy. The romance is much better. The villain is better. I mean, the only problem I have with 2, it is still a little cringy, and a little silly and a little over the top. Nowhere near as bad as 1, but it's still there a little bit. But I give it a little bit of a pass because it is a movie directed by Sam Raimi, so it is going to be a little silly and over the top. But the only other major problem I have with 2, and I mean this is kind of the Raimi movies in general, but 2 does it the worst. It spoon feeds shit to you so bad. Like a good example with 2 is after Peter goes through the whole mess of like he's not Spider-Man anymore and he's just Peter Parker, and then he saves that family from a burning building without his powers, and he's just like, and then he hears like, oh, somebody still died, he missed one, and he's at his apartment, he's just like leaning against the window looking out into the sunset, and he's just like saying out loud, do I never get what I want? When's it gonna be my turn to live the life I want? And it's just like, yeah, we're like over halfway into the movie, dude. I think we know what the plot's about at this point.
You don't do that in front of the window?
Not lately.
There are a lot of moments in these movies where it's almost like Peter Parker is a character from a music video.
Yeah, I think Sam Raimi thought we were as dumb as Peter sometimes. But and also Doc Ock is done very well in this movie. Well executed, well acted, and he just looks awesome. And the fight scenes with him are awesome. But I didn't really notice this until I rewatched this the other day. What exactly is Doc Ock's motivation? Like, he builds a sun in an abandoned warehouse because
he was trying to find that $20.
When you just said he builds a son, I imagined him building a child.
Yeah.
he builds a star.
We've had a child, boy child.
Honestly, there's an easier way to do this.
He builds a star in an abandoned warehouse because ...
He's trying to find that $20.
It's his life's work.
I'm going to come back to that, but for now, I'm just going to say Spider-Man 2, it's a great movie. It's head and shoulders better than the first one. I'm going to rank it at a B.
It's not Pantene, it's Head and Shoulders.
It's what?
It's not Pantene, it's Head and Shoulders.
Exactly, my boy.
And our sponsor tonight,
Yeah.
No, our sponsor is Purple. You want a can?
Purple drink.
Trevor, go ahead.
Well, I I honestly, and I've always kind of thought of it this way, I really do like Spider-Man 2,
Mm-hmm.
but I put it on basically the same level as the first one.
Yeah.
I don't think I think it does certain things better. I think it does certain things worse.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it kind of evens out to a movie that's just about as enjoyable as the first one. So before I get into it, this one is also a B for me.
Okay.
One thing, and this is just a small thing that I think it does way better than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
It has so many hilarious minor side characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fucking love Mr. Aziz.
Yeah.
I fucking love. He stole that guy's pizzas.
Ashy Larry.
Ashy Larry.
I love the lady at the desk that's like, I'm not paying for that.
I ain't paying for them.
Zoe Deschanel's sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it has so many. I know I just named 3 that are in the same fucking scene. But
Don't forget
it has
House Parks in the elevator.
Yeah.
House Parks in the elevator playing himself.
I even love the guy who like accidentally gets the pizza on his ledge and he goes to eat it and Spider-Man like
Yeah.
webs it out of his mouth.
You thought.
But this movie introduces the 2 best characters in the Raimi films. His landlord and his daughter.
Yeah.
Not
They
so much
are-
the daughter, more Mr. Aziz.
Yeah, well, Mr. Aziz isn't the landlord.
Oh no,
Mr.
no,
Dickovich is the
what
landlord.
what was Mr. Dickovich
Yeah.
was the landlord.
Yeah.
Who's Mr. Aziz then?
He was
the guy
pizza
who owns the pizza place.
Yeah. He's the one that goes, go!
Go!
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fired.
It's a promise, man.
You're fired. I fucking love the YouTube poops where it's him going, you're fired over and over, and then he rips off the sticker off his helmet and then puts it back on and then rips it back off.
Yeah. They just
That-
rewind the footage.
Yeah.
This is a weird scene for me. That scene where Mr. Dickovich's daughter just comes up. She's like, "You want some cake? With some milk?" And Peter's like, "Yeah, I'd like that." And they just sit there and eat in silence for like, 10, 15 seconds. And then all of a sudden,
yeah.
by the way, Mary Jane was trying to call you.
I love that. I love that though,
Yeah.
because it just took a second to breathe. It just showed that they
Yeah.
were real people, like just living out a normal moment in the day.
I don't know. It just felt weird and out of place to me.
No, this what makes that scene better is in the third movie when he's like bad Peter Parker and he
Yeah.
takes advantage of her and he makes her make him cookies and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. But
He's bad
yeah.
Peter Parker.
for me,
He's eating
2 has
sweet, bad.
2 has a lot of iconic, funny side characters, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about it.
Yeah.
Donnie, as you mentioned, Doc Ock, Alfred Molina, it's one of the best villains they've ever had on screen for Spider-Man, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my favorite interpretation of Doc Ock ever.
Yeah.
Except maybe the PS4 game one. He's pretty cool in that.
Yeah.
They're very
Um,
similar.
They are.
Yeah. The
But
PS4,
I kinda-
PS4 Doc Ock just had the benefit of having more time to breathe.
Right.
Yeah, and the PS4 one is a little darker.
It is.
But you can tell when they were developing and designing him, they kept thinking about Alfred Molina.
Right.
I feel like. Yeah.
Very much so.
But yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the best scenes in this movie are partly in thanks to Doc Ock. Like, I love the very Evil Dead inspired scene where he's in the operating room. I fucking love that scene.
Yeah.
As over the top and campy as it is, you get a close up of a woman screaming.
Yeah.
It's
Multiple
kinda
times.
goofy. Multiple times even. And then I love that one. I love when he escapes and he flips that car. That shot is just awesome.
And that's real.
Um,
That car going up in the air.
That car got flipped.
Mm-hmm. That's real.
He did it. With
Yeah.
they
pretended
put an
to do
AI. They put an AI in his neck that got all fucky.
I seen
Yep.
it.
Nice.
I
I
mean
seen
the-
it.
I mean
I was
the light-
there.
I mean, the light turned on the back of his neck.
I was there. I heard the screams. But yeah, a lot of the best shots and scenes of this movie are from Doc Ock. Oh, that's another one I like. I like when he's in the subway car and he just like forces the doors open and he's just standing there. I love that shot.
Yeah. I love the entire scene when
Movie.
yeah, I love the entire fight scene with Doc Ock on the bank, the outside
The side
bank
of the building.
Yeah,
Where Spider-Man's fucking throwing bags of gold
Here's
coins
your
at him.
change.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I gotta say, like, what fucking bank still has big giant bags of gold coins?
Yeah, like gold bars I would get.
I
It's
love
like-
how the bank teller is Joel McHale.
Yeah.
Is there like
Well, that's-
number one customer like Uncle Scrooge from fucking
That's another great
Well-
side character though. Joel McHale is the bank guy. Ow.
Ow.
Yeah.
At least we get the toaster.
That's only for a deposit of $350 or more.
And that's when we realized this bank teller was the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah. But no, there's a lot to love about this movie. I think it has much better set pieces.
Mhm.
Besides the face he's making, I love Tobey Maguire forcing the train to stop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That shot is any scene where like Spider-Man's suspended in air and he's pulling in two directions really
Mhm.
hard is always good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like the overall plot as much as the first one. Just Donnie, as you said, Doc Ock's motivations are a little murky.
Yeah.
You have again Mary Jane being toxic and marrying a guy for no reason. Or shit, no, is that the second one?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
runs
the
out on
second
her
one.
marriage
Yeah.
at the end of the movie.
I don't know. I thought astronaut, and then I was like, oh, Venom, and I was like, third one. No,
no, that's
But
the
yeah,
second
she's like marrying that astronaut for no real reason.
one.
That
Yeah,
we
like
never
right
met
after
before.
right after she shows
Maybe
up at
has two lines.
Yeah, right after she shows up at Peter's birthday and like puts the moves on him and everything and like
Yeah.
kind of flirting with him immediately. Like, I'm seeing somebody, by the way.
And it's like
It's-
we know
I-
nothing
that
about
whole-
that guy. We don't see him any other time, and like
He's
yeah.
never
Yeah.
brought up again. Like
Yeah.
that whole. If they did something with that side plot, I would have been happier because it's like, oh, Jameson has a son.
Yeah,
Like he didn't even
Well-
have to be his son.
Well, it's like
I
when
think
you-
it's from the comics, but
It is.
It
Yeah.
is.
it was never established.
But also, like, it's weird how they make all these like colorful like side characters, and then with
Hmm.
that dude, they do absolutely nothing with him.
yeah.
Right. I don't even. Does he even have a line?
He has a couple
Yeah.
lines, but
I just know them. They're coming down that staircase. That's all I remember.
He has he had there's a scene where like they're in Mary Jane's apartment and he talks to her like real quick.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah.
right. And
Cause she like
where they're
she,
trying to recreate the kiss, right?
yeah,
she kisses him like upside down to see if he's Spider-Man.
yeah.
Is she trying to see if he's Spider-Man or just simulating
She's
it?
trying to recreate the moment with
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
yeah.
She's trying to test if she feels the spark with him that she felt before with someone else.
Yeah.
you know?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah. I mean, that's my thing. Set pieces and side characters really cool compared to the first one. Overall plot, not that great in my opinion. And like Harry is kind of a mess once again in this movie. He goes from like 0 to 100 in the scene where like they're in Doc Ock's lab.
Yeah.
It's like he's cool 1 second, he's like, yeah, this is a thing I invested in, and then he's like having a complete fit the next second, and it's
I have
I'm ruined.
Yeah.
it just
I'm
seems really
nothing
out of
left
character.
except Spider-Man.
That's another cool shot though, where Spider-Man's hanging on the wall and he like pulls the things out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
pulls the
another cool
wires
one.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that shot.
That's
But,
such a Raimi shot too.
Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the main thing that stops me from thinking this is the perfect movie that a lot of other people think it is just the motivations and the plot. Just they meander, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
But that's my piece.
Blake,
What?
go ahead and talk about Spider-Man 2.
Oh,
Spider-Man 2, 2004, directed by Sam Raimi.
All right. We get it. Anyway, no, like I fucking love this movie. And like as far as superhero sequels go, like for, the next 4 years, it was The Dark Knight before The Dark Knight.
Well, isn't The Dark Knight the Spider-Man 2 after Spider-Man 2?
Oh.
Correct. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I mean, like Trevor said, you have like all these colorful cameos and characters, the side people. It's just like he stole that guy's pizzas, and Mr. Dickovich, Mr. Aziz. Is Mr. Aziz only in that one scene though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was kind of a shame he never came back. But and
Because
then
he got fired.
Well, he got fired. Yeah.
Yeah.
but I mean, like still.
Go.
But he doesn't get fired in the video game because you actually do a good job.
You got it.
I still hear
you
that.
gotta do those fucking missions with that low res.
I still hear that fucking music in my sleep.
The Italian music.
I hear Peter Parker's slowed down voice. Those pizzas are probably liquefied by now. I better stop flipping or Mr. Aziz is gonna flip out.
Messing up the pizzas.
These pizzas are liquefied.
Dr. Connor's flat.
Oh no, nothing like some New York water to clean out the sinuses.
Everybody born after the year like 2002 is like probably listening right now like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Jesus Christ.
All right, Blake, go ahead and continue.
Anyway, but then you have like more so than in the first movie, like James Franco becomes a fucking meme in this movie.
Yeah.
Just like
Yep.
just like what we just said, like, I'm ruined. I have nothing except Spider-Man. It's just like, who would, like, honestly, I think that's worse than when later on, and I personally like this moment when Tobey Maguire's like, why can't I have what I want? No, like when I see James Franco doing the I'm ruined, I have nothing, like, who fucking would talk like that in real life?
Right.
I also love the part after that, like his assistant says, like, when he says, I have nothing left but Spider-Man, he's like, he saved your life, sir. And he's like, he humiliated me by touching me.
Hey, you know what though? I'll take it over and we'll talk about this later on. You're a fraud, Spider-Man.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
You're in a room by yourself, my man.
Hey, how's the pie? So good.
So good.
Oh, God damn it. Anyway.
You can tell he had a lot more fun with it in this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Everybody had more fun with this one. This film is just better overall. Head and shoulders better.
Mhm.
Not Pantene.
What?
It's not Pantene. It's Head and Shoulders.
And our second sponsor for the night is
Not Pantene.
right.
God damn it! I forgot where I fucking was.
You talk about how it's Head and Shoulders better.
Yeah. As far as the plot, as far as Doc Ock's plan, his motive, his mission. And I mean, this isn't me trying to call y'all out. Like, if it didn't do it for you, whatever. But like for me, like, I got what I needed out of it. Like he was trying to complete his life's work. Like, say no more. Like, I didn't need anything more than that.
Well, wasn't it like infinite energy or something? Was that the reason he was doing it?
It was like clean energy.
Infinite energy. Like he thought he would benefit the world. And then like, I
but
guess
that's
like,
not why he was building it in the warehouse when he went crazy. I didn't see that
Fair.
shit hooked up to any power plants.
I will say I didn't care once he went crazy.
It was one of those things. It was at that point it didn't matter if he
Right.
changed the road. It was just about completing his work.
yeah, he just once
It was his ambition, you know.
yeah, once again, I'm not trying to like bitch at y'all, but it's just like I got what I needed out of it. But like, and then the three main moments that I fucking love in this movie would be the first one is when he's talking to Aunt May, while she's cleaning out the house, and he talks to that one kid being like, I remember you when you were this tall, and it's like, all right, whatever, anyway. But when she's saying like, every generation needs a hero, and people grow up to remember that person that they waited for hours in the rain just to hear them tell to hold on just a little bit longer. Like it's a great scene. That's a great monologue. The next scene, and I feel like this scene has it all. And maybe like maybe like the funny parts weren't intentionally funny, but I feel like this had it all. Like when he stops the train from crashing and they catch him and the passengers carry him on, and guy's like, he's just a kid, no older than my son. And the kids walk up and they're like, don't worry, we won't tell anybody. Like it has these like tender moments. And then Doc Ock comes on, and Michael and I quote this segment all the time. It's just like, you want to get to him? You got to go through me.
And me. Me too. And then I love Doc Ock's response.
All
He's
right.
just smiling. He's like, very well.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
just talks everybody like you see a dude fly out the fucking window.
I still like more in the first one. You want one of us, you're gonna take all of us.
Yeah, and, no, I'm
You
so
mess with
glad.
him, you mess with New York.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Trevor, because I almost forgot about it. The train, like this scene that I brought up, like that, all the passengers on the train, that is such a superior and perfected version of the bridge scene where they're like, leave him alone. He's just trying to help people. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. I'm like, God damn, like the cheese is just dripping off my TV. And but no, like this scene is just so superior. But it's like you almost have that guy, and maybe he is like he looked familiar. He almost looks like an extra from The Sopranos. The first guy you said you want to go to him, you got to go through me.
He probably was.
but yeah, like Mike said, just Doc Ock. Huh, very well.
Very well. Then he just pushes them all out of the way.
And that's what I admire about these villains is that they ham it up so much, but you know what? They own it. Like they're unapologetically hamming it up. I mean, that shit's honey baked for Thanksgiving.
You know what I always loved, like a subtle thing? I always loved when Doc Ock's wearing the fedora when he's robbing the bank. I always thought that was a cool look.
Yeah.
Hashtag more fedora.
Well, the most random thing from Doc Ock, honestly, is when he throws that one thing at Spider-Man and hits him, and he just does that. Like, yeah. But
wait, wasn't that when he like threw a bag of gold coins back at him?
Yeah.
It's like,
and then four moments, and then when Spider-Man comes back with J. Jonah Jameson, he's like, he's a thief, and like the fucking fake teeth kept falling out of his mouth. He had these dentures on. He's like, a thief. But right. And I don't, you know what, you can say like the CGI, the tone, the mood, the aesthetics, like you can talk about a lot of moments in these movies aging poorly. That scene where he's swinging through New York City and it zooms out of Doc Ock's sunglasses, like that will always look fucking awesome. I don't care
Whoa.
Yeah.
Did you just say Doc Cock?
No.
His words just like blurred
Doc
together.
Ock.
Doc
Yeah,
Ock.
you see,
Doc Ock.
I don't fucking know where I'm going with this bit. Go
You're
on.
trying to turn me into Joe Biden. I slip up and you're like, oh God, he's dying.
He's dying. He has moments to live.
Listen, fat.
I look fat.
I look fat.
Come on, man.
I'm here.
But yeah, no. When it zooms out of
couldn't hear
Doctor,
anybody for 2 seconds.
what? For 2 seconds, what?
He said he couldn't hear anyone for 2 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
no,
God.
I'm good now.
Okay.
He's
But no,
good now.
when it
Let the man finish.
when it zooms out of Dr. Octopus's sunglasses, like that will always look awesome.
You fucking made sure to say Dr. Octopus that time.
Jesus Christ, stop picking on me.
That is a really great shot. Well, it kind of is an antithesis to the shot they use in the first one where you see through his lenses, right?
I guess. Okay,
Kind of the
Mom,
same
good
thing.
night.
Good night, Mariah.
Mom.
We said good night.
And then the final one, and I feel like nobody else talks about it when he stops the wall from crushing Mary Jane at the warehouse, and he's just holding it up, and she's there looking at him like all the moments where Mary Jane was toxic or shitty or like just underwhelming, it was worth it for this moment. And I mean, it's more so Tobey Maguire than Kirsten Dunst, but it was just such a great moment where he's just like, "Hey, this is really heavy." It's just like,
Yeah.
but then like and it's Tobey Maguire's voice, and I complimented this before. Like he has a very youthful voice. Like he's it's just very all right. I love you too. But he's just like, MJ, in case we die, there's something I need to tell you. And she's like, you do love me. He just shakes his head, yes. Like I fucking love that moment. But yeah, no. As both a movie in general and an installment in this franchise, Spider-Man 2 gets an A.
Our first A of the evening. Mike?
So I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I love Spider-Man 2. It is, to me, it's one of the greatest superhero movies ever made to this day. It's one of the greatest sequels to this day. Just kind of to kind of repeat what you guys have said. Yeah, I feel like everything they did in the first movie, like cinematically and technically, they got better. Like everything was the ante was upped and everything, and they didn't disappoint. I would even say, like, plot wise, like if you want to go by technical sense, like the plot is better and it makes more sense in this one than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know, the thing I always think about as I get older, when I watch the first Spider-Man, and don't get me wrong, like I said before, I love the first Spider-Man movie, but what is the Green Goblin's goal?
Yeah.
Like, he's a
originally Norman Osborn wanted, because they were going to shut him down and pull his funding.
Yeah.
So he basically like did a human trial on himself to prove that the formula was safe, and it caused him to go nuts.
Yeah, well, that was my thing. Like, his setup is there. Like, he's gonna lose his company. Like, the board members are kicking him out. So he tests it on himself. He turns to the Green Goblin. He gets his revenge. He kills the board members halfway through the movie. But then what? What is his final?
What's his end game?
Yeah, like, yeah, no pun intended. But like,
yeah,
like, other than like trying to get Spider-Man to help him, it's like, well, help you do what? Like, take over the world? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's fine. The movie, in the context of the movie, it still works. It doesn't take me out of the movie.
Yeah.
But in this movie, like, at least we get something like Doc Ock, like, he wants to create clean energy. That's kind of his moral, like, mission at first, is, he's gonna change the world, but his ambition and his dreams kind of overtake that. It's not about the benefit, because he gives that speech to Peter where he says, intelligence not a gift, it's a privilege, and it should be used for the betterment and the good of mankind. But that's kind of the thing, is that he becomes so lost in his ambitions that he forgets that. He's just worried about completing it and doing whatever it takes to get it done. And, Peter kind of has to say the same thing to him at the end. And he says what his Aunt May says, like, sometimes we have to be steady and give up the thing we want the most, even our dreams.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think the plot overall is a lot better. I think, really, for me, like, as a kid, like, watching the Spider-Man animated series, Doc Ock was never my favorite Spider-Man villain.
No.
He never did much with him in the cartoon.
Yeah, he wouldn't even be in, like, the top 5. Like, the most they did with him in the cartoon, he was kind of the leader of the Sinister Six.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just kind of the dude, mad scientist, bad guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
he looked like Elton John.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rockin'
the
man.
bitch is back.
That just made me think. That just made me think of that scene in Casper when, like, the lady comes back to life as the ghost.
The bitch
is back. But
no, it made me think of when Trevor would do the impression of Spider-Man must die.
But anyways, but no, like, this movie, like, for me, like, this movie made Doc Ock cool.
Yeah.
Like, it gave him, like, a cool backstory. Like, his wife dies, and, like, really, like, in the comics, the arms aren't really taking over him. Like, there's no, like, artificial intelligence. It was more like he just goes nuts because they get, like, they get like welded to his back or whatever.
Did they
Time to
even
rob
like
banks.
show his origin in the cartoon?
I don't
They
remember.
they mention it, like they show like a quick like he's talking about it, like, and they like have a little montage real quick.
Was that in Sins of the Spider Part 2, Chapter 25, Episode 3?
Yes, Sins of the Father, chapter 47. But like, yeah, it was just like the comic book thing where like he was just using the arms to operate like dangerous chemicals from far away, and like it exploded and like it fused it to his back and he went nuts. And I was like, but no, like the movie's so much better. Like the movie's like it's his ambition, then he loses his wife, and then like the inhibitor chip breaks. So they say like these arms are so smart that they could take over his brain, and it's almost kind of like he's like schizophrenic. Like I love and not to, I brought it up before, but like Danny Elfman's Spider-Man score is amazing. Like no pun intended. Like that is the best Spider-Man music ever. And like the little like musical like cues of like when the arms are talking to him, but you can't hear anything. He kind of like
Right.
repeats what they say. Like he just sounds like someone who's like schizo.
Well, it's Raimi does a really good job of giving the tentacles like personality. Like,
Yeah,
I know I keep
was
talking
like,
about shots, but I love the one where he's like, no, and like they actually sound like they're screaming with
they
him.
screech. Yeah,
Yeah, like
I also like that. Like I don't know. I always like this. The bottom two ones are like bigger.
I never
'Cause
noticed that.
Yeah, like they're
I didn't notice
bigger.
that either.
They're bigger. Yeah, if you look at the pictures, like the bottom two ones, they're
Mhm.
bigger. And they kind of have like more jagged edges, like because he uses the
Huh.
bottom ones to like walk, so they can like clamp into the ground better. Um, and Yeah, and the Doc Ock music was really good. It had that real kind of big like booming that dun 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 dun. I don't know, I love it. But like I don't know, yeah, this movie just made me care about Doc Ock. I remember being it as a kid, like when they announced Spider-Man 2 and they said Doc Ock was gonna be the villain. I'm like, really? I was like, they couldn't have picked somebody else. But I was like, no, like he was amazing. Like
Mhm.
and I feel like Doc Ock ever since then they've definitely like taken from the movie.
I would honestly argue he's taken like, or at least challenged the lead villain for Spider-Man with Green Goblin.
Yeah, because after I feel like in the years after they've done more with him, like in the games, and then the whole like Superior Spider-Man arc, like that
Right.
was like a big thing for Doc Ock.
Well, in the early days of the comics, before the death of Gwen Stacy, Doc Ock was considered the archenemy of Spider-Man.
Yeah, because he was
He-
created before Green Goblin.
Yeah.
And he kept, God damn it, quit trying to fuck Aunt May every week with this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would try to get with Aunt May back in the day.
I told you no.
Oh yeah, and I just gotta say, like, I personally think that Rosemary Harris is the best Aunt May. I was gonna say that when Blake was talking about the one scene, but I didn't get to. But like
Yeah, no,
I
I'd agree.
definitely think she's the best Aunt May. Um, what else is there? Yeah, and like I said, like when we were talking about the first one, this one like really nailed the romance. I felt like it wasn't forced. It felt really natural. Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of annoying that like Mary Jane, like, of course, like she's dating somebody else and like she was just flirting with Peter. It's like I don't know. I guess Mary Jane's just a floozy. I don't know. I mean, she does in the next movie while she's dating Peter, like she's dancing a chubby checker and kisses Harry. So
Yeah. Trying to get
like
some
that.
of his chubby checker.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
yeah. But we'll get to that in the next movie.
What do you rate this one, Mike?
I would give this one an A.
An A.
Definitely an A. Like this one to me is the best one out of all of them. And I would just say, like, I mean, we've already talked about it before, but like I would say like the train fight scene, like to me that's the greatest Spider-Man scene. Like not just like battle scene or fight scene. That's the greatest Spider-Man scene in any of the movies. Like the whole starting from the clock tower down onto the monorail train till like when it ends, like it's just cinematic gold. I love it. I love every second of it. It's so tense, it's so exciting. Like even the cheesy parts, like they just it all fits great. But yeah, like to me, this is an A, and to me, like this is the best Spider-Man movie still.
All right, let's move on to the next
Uh,
one.
I did have like one like instantaneous thought if I could throw it in here real quick.
Go for it.
Um, it's crazy. I never thought about it until just now, but from what we've seen these days, it's really amazing to me. Outside of the black suit in 3, we went 3 movies without any major suit upgrades.
Yeah.
And from like a marketing standpoint, it's
yeah.
like that's crazy these days.
Yeah.
Like he
Well,
had
there was
the
like
exact same
subtle
suit.
changes.
Was there? I mean,
Yeah,
none that I really noticed.
the only thing they changed, because I noticed that the only thing they changed was the eyes are a little different.
Yeah.
Because the eyes were like in the first movie, they're just blank white, and then like the second and third movie, they
Oh,
kind of look like silver mesh, and then the spider on the chest and the back are a little different. But that other than that, it's the same. It's like the same like material. It's the same like the big silver webs that like really stick out on the red.
right.
It's pretty much the same. Like they only changed like a little bit.
Also, my only other point with 2 when Alfred Molina said the joke about the $20 bills wrapped up in a rubber band, we found the rubber band. My 12-year-old ass screeched for 20 minutes.
Jeez.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Spider-Man 3.
Woof.
Yeah. Nah, Spider-Man 3.
Oh fuck! Here comes the heartburn.
Yeah.
You gonna cry?
As a movie, Spider-Man 3 is okay. It's flawed. It's messy. It's cramped. But it is an okay, decent, kill like an afternoon popcorn flick. As a Spider-Man movie, and specifically as the third in a franchise that up until this point had been getting better reviews with each installment, it is an absolute failure. I mean, there's just so many things wrong with this movie. And I mean, one thing I've always felt that I've always get a lot of like flack for is I've always felt like most of the things wrong with this movie are the fault of Sam Raimi and not Sony. Because basically Sony's only crime was they said to Sam Raimi, hey, people have been wanting Venom in a movie since the first movie, so let's give them Venom. And Sam Raimi basically like fucked it up on purpose just because he didn't like Venom.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's ironic.
Well, was it he didn't like Venom, or it didn't flow with what he was trying to create?
He legit does not like Venom.
He didn't like.
Okay,
He only likes the classic villains from the 60s.
Yeah. And
okay.
Like, ironically, the best part about Spider-Man 3 is the part that needs to be removed the most, which is the Sandman. The Sandman is done very well, and the fight scenes with him are awesome, but he is the part that needs to be removed the most from this movie because, I mean, the fight with Harry has been building up since, like, the end of the first movie. And their conflict is done and over with within the first, like, 20 minutes in a completely dumb way. Oh, I hit my head, and I forgot everything. Fuck you.
A fucking pipe to the head and an explosion later.
Yeah. And then also adding Sandman into the story of Uncle Ben dying just really like cheapens and undermines fan investment so hard.
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, it just undermines everything. And then also just removing Sandman would have given Venom way more time to breathe, which he sorely needed. What we got of Venom was decent, but ultimately it felt like Sam Raimi just went, fine, you guys want Venom? Here he is. Fuck you. It's an F. Like, as a movie, it's okay. It's solid. It's not awful. It's nowhere near as awful as people make it out to be, but in terms of this franchise, it is bottom of the barrel. It is the worst Spider-Man movie. It's an F for me. Trevor?
Well, to kind of go off what you were saying with Sandman, I take a kind of different look at it. I love what they did with Sandman, honestly, except the Uncle Ben origin tie-in, but I'll talk about that.
I mean, I love how he's done. I just think,
yeah. But what I'm getting at is, I would keep him. I wouldn't like. I wouldn't like use him for more time for Venom or anything.
Yeah.
But one of my biggest things when I like look at a movie to see if I really enjoy it or not is, can it make me care about subject matter I have never been interested in before?
Yeah.
And Sandman is one of those villains I always overlooked. I thought he was kind of lame. I thought he looked goofy. I was like, oh, he turns into sand. That's kind of stupid. But it made me actually really care for the character. And I think, what's the actor's name? I'm sorry.
Thomas Hayden.
Thomas
Church?
Hayden Church. Yeah. I like his interpretation of the character.
Yeah.
But that fucking scene where he first gets his powers is like beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I love that scene. But yes, tying him into Uncle Ben's origin was a misstep. I hate when a movie or a series revisits a subject matter from earlier and they like fucking recut a scene to introduce new things
that don't need to be there.
Right. Like
They do it in
fucking,
every third movie in a trilogy, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, like fucking Saw did that a lot, where you would see an earlier scene and they'd like fucking throw something in the background.
It all kind of sort of worked in The Dark Knight Rises, honestly.
Yeah, it was like even The Dark Knight Rises did it.
But I'm like, I don't like that. Like, it's Donnie, it's what you were saying with 2. It's like spoon feeding you the plot. Like, we don't need that literal connection to Uncle Ben to care about Spider-Man forgiving this character.
Yeah.
Like, it was unnecessary. We already had the guy that did it.
Yeah.
We already found him. That was a plot point in the first one.
He doesn't. Over.
Yeah, it doesn't. You don't need to revisit Uncle Ben again.
And like the main reason. Sorry to interrupt. The main reason I say.
No, it's okay.
The main reason I say that I would cut Sandman to give more room for Venom, because I see what you're saying. Like, get rid of Venom to give Sandman more time. I definitely get that, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. The only reason I personally would remove Sandman to give Venom more time is, like I said, when this movie came out. Everybody wanted Venom in a Spider-Man movie. When he was announced, everybody lost their fucking shit.
Yeah. And I lose a little respect for Sam Raimi literally sabotaging the project
just because he didn't like
Venom
it.
In. I think that's a little childish when you have one of the biggest.
Yeah.
I feel like he got a little too big for his guns. Like,
definitely.
Yeah, like, oh, I created the Spider-Man franchise. And it's like, now I'm going to ruin it on
And the
purpose.
worst part is they were still going to let him do a 4th one, and he turned it down because he was like, I can't get it done by the 2011 release date. It's like, dude, you have twice as much time to do 4 than what you did to do 3. Like, what the fuck?
That 4th one, whether he was trying to sabotage it more or not, that sounded like a nightmare.
I'm kind of glad it didn't
would not
happen.
Be entertaining. Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from with that. If anything, I would remove some of the hairy stuff. Like, I feel like his arc could have been completed by the end of 2, and then you could have had him come in and somehow help in the final fight in this one.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I do like the scene of him and Peter like fighting at the beginning, and he keeps trying to catch the ring.
Yeah.
That's cool. But like, I didn't care for New Goblin. He looked fucking ridiculous. He looked like a walking Mountain Dew ad.
Yeah.
He looked like a snowboarder.
Yeah.
Everything involving Harry in the 3rd one, I just dislike.
Yeah.
The stupid amnesia. It's like we're in fucking 2007 at this point, and we're doing amnesia plot lines.
Yeah.
Like, that was stupid. Him getting a bomb to the face. The only part about him I even sort of like is the fucking butler. I loved your father. Who are you?
The blade that pierced his body was from his own gilder.
Pierced me too. From his own gilder. Did he say gilder?
That's what he says in the bloopers, and like Sam Raimi's like, and they all start laughing. They're like, he's like, no, it's glider. Oh, okay.
And that's another problem I have with fucking Harry in these movies. It's like
he didn't have a gilder.
Yeah. The moment he like finally realized and accepted, oh, my dad is that dude who like murdered all those people at that parade and almost killed me and my girlfriend. Like, you would think he'd be like, maybe Spider-Man was right in killing my dad. Like, it's
Yeah.
The fourth time I've looked at this green mask and it's talked to me, I've realized maybe he wasn't that great of a guy.
yeah.
Avenge me!
But don't wear this mask. Wear a fucking paintball mask.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad when the costume in Spider-Man 1's better.
Well, no,
Like he literally had the armor and mask probably somewhere. But it's like, no, I'm gonna make some fucking paintball gear and a snowboard.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like it teases him taking like the old armor, the old Green Goblin armor, and then I see him in this other outfit. I'm like, well, where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, it's.
I guess Harry was
Dude,
smart
you're
and
not-
built it.
You're not 16. Why are you trying to make it all edgy and extreme?
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
But back to my point, like I would have cut Harry's plot, if anything, and left Sandman and Venom. But the third one makes me fucking hate Harry.
What are you ranking?
Mary Jane is there.
Yeah, she's
This
is
isn't
there.
about you.
yeah.
Jameson is basically there. I mainly remember that he's like in the crowd at the end, and that's the note we leave on with Jameson in this franchise. It's like
Mary Jane and Peter literally existed to try to undermine each other the entire
Right.
time in this movie.
right. Oh god, yeah, I do that fucking line.
I have no
I love
idea
it.
what line you're talking about.
They're
He
laying in
says-
the web.
It's
He's-
like the
he-
very
I
beginning of the
remember
movie.
saying that. I don't remember.
He says, "Oh boy, yeah,
Oh boy, yeah.
yeah," because she's like, "Tell me you love me," and he's like, "Oh boy, yeah,
It's still not as good as How's the Pie.
so good."
Fucking-
And then
Um,
he gives him that fucking wink, and then a car drives by and he's gone. It's like, so he's the fucking Flash now.
Yeah, what was that about?
the pie's so good it sent him to another dimension.
Oh my god.
I must go now. My people need me.
Um, I don't like the interpretation of the black suit in this movie.
Yeah.
I don't like that it was just the normal suit but black.
Yeah.
Like, give it some different definition or something, please.
At the
Like, it
time, I
does-
didn't mind it.
It didn't even have the cool.
I just thought
the
it was
cool- the cool-
lazy.
it didn't even have the cool white giant spider logo on it.
No, I mean the
Yeah.
the Raimi suit already had like silver webbing, so it's like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say though, I liked how Venom had like webbing on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
I do like how Venom, his design was like a twisted version of Peter's black suit.
Yeah.
like the webbing was all like the lines weren't straight and like symmetrical.
Yeah.
And his like logo was kind of blended into the chest weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I did like that.
Yeah, it wasn't like silver. It was more like just like dark gray.
A couple more points and then I'll move on. But Venom, not the interpretation. Venom, not the interpretation I would go with,
Mm-hmm.
but I think they had fun with it. Topher Grace does not scream Eddie Brock to me,
Yeah.
but it worked all right.
He does the best
Um,
with what he's given.
Yeah, I mean he has fun with it.
He's
I
a
like
very
that he's
snarky prick.
yeah.
Hey, Parker.
Yeah.
He's a good antithesis to Peter Parker. It's like what would he have become if he was just an asshole,
Yeah.
basically. But
Yeah.
I like that. I don't think we should have introduced Gwen Stacy in the third movie and do nothing with her except
Oh God, yeah.
a fake out kiss.
Yeah, she's literally
And
just
use
there.
her to piss Mary Jane off.
Yeah, and like she's a model or something, and that's all we're gonna do with her.
Yeah.
It seemed like that could have been a no one character, and it would have been fine. There was no reason that had to be Gwen Stacy.
Yeah. They could have. He
Um,
could have done that with the Mr. Dickovich's daughter.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm avoiding talking about emo Peter here, but emo Peter. I don't know what the fuck Raimi was thinking.
The funny thing is, everybody calls him emo Peter. He's less
Yeah.
of an emo and more like the Fawns.
It's because of his hair. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's acting like he's like from Happy Days.
Yeah. There are certain scenes with him I like. There's others I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like the scene where he's dancing in
in the street,
but also in the club, whatever. I don't like that scene.
Now take on this.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. But I do love him. I do fucking love him screaming at Mr. Dickovich or whatever.
Yeah.
Fix this
Get your rent when you fix this goddamn door. I do love. I love him making his daughter make him cookies for some reason.
He's like he is a good boy. He's a good boy.
Yeah. I just they knew what they were up to. No one wrote that, directed that with a straight face.
No. Like if I could just interject real quick, it's a really good point, Trevor. Is like when other movies, like when other big blockbuster like franchise movies fall short or whatever, it's like they took a risk, they tried to do something different, but they fell short. Like it just didn't work out. And then making a movie can be very mysterious. Some stuff just doesn't land as well. But with stuff in this, you made it goofy on purpose. Like you knew what the fuck you were doing.
Yeah.
No, he was trying to sabotage. And I bet you that idea came from oh, they want me to do a fucking black suit and Venom. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna make him a character.
So what do you
I don't even think he was trying to sabotage it in that way. I feel like he shoehorned in Venom because he had to. But I feel like because they got such a good response from the Mr. Dickovich scenes and the comedies from the first two movies, that they're like, all right, well, let's just have fun with it. Because you can tell the cast and the crew had fun making those scenes, the funny scenes.
But the difference is that goofiness and that fun never impacted the actual plot line.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. They overdid it in 3.
Yeah. They tied it into the main plot, which was the issue.
Yeah, but I don't think that they were trying to sabotage the movie. I feel like they just thought it was fun and they overdid it. I feel like that's kind of what that movie reeks of.
Maybe sabotage is the wrong word. I just think Raimi let a lot more shit slide.
Right, yeah.
It was like, oh, we want to make him a goofy kind of emo character. Not even a second guess. Yeah, let's go for it. But Donnie, to wrap up, letter grade. I don't think it's a complete failure on everyone's part. I don't think it's the worst Spider-Man movie, surprisingly. I'll talk more about that later. But I probably put it at about a D.
Big old D.
Big old D, yep.
Give him the D.
Right in the Gilder.
Mike?
I loved your father.
I loved your Gilder. I mean your father.
I love
the blade that pierced his Gilder was
he
his
pierced
own body.
Me just like the Gilder pierced him.
Pissed.
Pissed. Okay, so Spider-Man 3 is a funny topic, obviously. I was so excited for this movie. I remember watching the trailers and the funny thing, the trailers had a really serious tone to it. They show the newscaster and he's like, this could be the end of Spider-Man. It's the tagline was the greatest battle lies within. And I was so fucking pumped for this movie. And I remember us all talking about it. I remember Trevor he had bought a Venom action figure beforehand, and the Venom action figure they actually made him a little more bulky than he actually was.
It was the first good look you had at him, so I was all pumped. I was like, cool.
Yeah, and it's they made him bulky and he has his tongue out, but he never sticks his tongue out in this movie.
No.
To point it out. But
I mean, the closest you get is that shot where the camera goes inside of his mouth.
Yeah, which they kind of redid. There's an old shot and it looks different in the trailer. But anyways, so this movie, a lot of people shit on this movie. A lot of people say it's the worst Spider-Man movie, or it's one of the worst superhero movies. I tend to disagree. I don't think it's the worst Spider-Man movie, actually. I would say it's the second worst. I'll just throw that out there before I actually give the letter grade. It's the second worst. like I said before, like when I was talking about with the goofiness, I feel like you can tell they had a lot of fun in this movie, regardless. Um, I do think with the success of the first two movies, they gave Sam Raimi a little more free range. And the third movie, the first two movies, I'm pretty sure they were both co-written by David Koepp. And the third movie was actually written by Sam Raimi and his brother Ivan.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like,
Ivan?
yeah, gave him a break. But anyways, I think it's kind of the funny thing is that like I feel like the producers when they said like, oh, well, you got to have Venom in it, but then they let Sam Raimi and his brother write it. I feel like that would have been the time to bring in another screenwriter. And I know there's like unwritten writers all the time in movies, but I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is. Is it more of Sam Raimi's fault? Is it more of the producer's fault? I know Sam Raimi said he didn't like Venom, which can I just say like, why doesn't Sam Raimi like Venom? Like,
yeah, that's kind of weird that he writes off any post-60s Spider-Man villains.
yeah, and my
There's
thing is
plenty
just
of
like,
good ones.
I mean,
Well,
I know like he's older, like he's probably like older than my parents, but like,
I think you're about to make the same point that I've specifically made before, but go ahead.
yeah, it's like my thing is
Wow, ooh.
Venom is the most Sam Raimi-esque villain
Mm-hmm.
because of like Venom would be like Venom like is totally like up the up the same alley as like Evil Dead-esque stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I mean they do a little bit of that. Like there's the scene in like where Spider-Man's like looking around and you can hear Venom like screaming and like he like comes down and grabs him by the face, but there wasn't enough of that. But some positive of this movie, I think the fight scenes are really good in this movie.
Yeah.
Like where like Sandman comes out of the dump truck and Spider-Man's like on the highway like fighting them, and I actually think the final fight where Spider-Man and Harry like team up against like Venom and Sandman, I actually think that's a really good fight scene.
Yeah.
There's just I agree that the fights are really good in this one, but there's just something I don't like about that final fight scene.
I will say, like, I feel like the effects for the third one didn't age as well as the first two.
They didn't.
No.
Like, there's a lot of shots of like CGI Tobey Maguire's face, and it doesn't look right.
Yeah.
You know what it is? One thing I don't like about that final fight scene when they're on the news and Venom writes out that fucking coy message.
Yeah, and it's
and
the
Spider-Man
90s font.
It's in the fucking 90s font.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Yeah. That was a little too like meta.
Yeah.
But as far as breaking everybody down goes, like I mean, I think Tobey Maguire, like regardless of the goofiness that they gave him to do, like basically turning into Fonzie, like I think Tobey Maguire's still good. Kirsten Dunst, like they don't give Mary Jane anything to do. Like she gets this part for a play, and like she apparently does terrible, even though she sounds like an A-list like Broadway singer when you see the scene.
Yeah.
But then she gets fired. It's like, well, what was wrong with her? Like, but then like she's all like, boo-hoo, like this isn't about you. And then like you have like her dancing like chubby checker with like Harry, and it's like, damn, bitch, keep your clothes on. Like, dude, she like fucking flirts with everybody. It's like fuck. It's like you're leading Harry on. It's like, but you're kissing every Tom, Dick, and Harry when you were dating Harry. The Harry that's not Harry.
I just remembered. I really don't fucking like that scene where after the big final fight, they have that like kind of quaint scene in the club.
Yeah.
And that's
was like a really
the ending.
Like, why?
I don't like the ending because it just ends.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, well, what happened?
What?
Like, are they
Raimi
are they together? Are they not together?
I don't know what it was with 2 and 3, but like Raimi like fucking dropped the ball on like the last few minutes. Because 2, you have that weird fever dream where Mary Jane's like running to Peter's in the wedding dress, and it's got like that weird like bloom effect on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah.
I'm like,
it's all
what the
like
fuck
glossy.
is this?
Well, it's supposed to make it look all like, oh, she's happy and yada yada yada.
This is a
But
random,
I don't know. It didn't mesh with the rest of it for me.
This is a random thought I just had about Spider-Man 2 real quick. that bit in Spider-Man 2 when he gives up being Spider-Man and he's just like walking around town to the song "Raindrops Falling on My Head" and all that shit.
Yeah.
You know that part like right at the end of the song where the movie just like pauses for like a solid 3 seconds?
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be great if that's just where the movie ended?
Yeah,
He quit. The
He
end.
quit.
that's it. That's it. Good night.
Go ahead, Mike.
Once upon a time, there was a magical place where it never rained. The end. But anyways,
Uncle
I'll
Ben got better. Good night.
I'll bring up Harry last, but the Sandman, like, you could tell like very much that that's the story that Sam Raimi wanted to tell, was the Sandman being the villain.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like Thomas Hayden Church was great as the Sandman. I love the whole stuff with his daughter. That how he kind of shows the other side of when people are desperate. People are desperate and they struggle, and like that's all he ever knew. And I don't per se like that they did the whole thing with, oh well, he's the real killer. But I mean, it's not as bad as some other things, I guess. And I do like the scene at the end. It's mainly like Tobey Maguire's performance, but I do like the scene at the end where like Tobey Maguire says to him, he's like, "I forgive you," and you see him like just kind of fade away into the wind.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that's a good scene.
Mhm.
And like all the like the creation of the Sandman, like in the music, like the Sandman music is great. It kind of reminds me like that, and like the black suit kind of remind me of like kind of like 50s like mobster movies, like with like the kind of jazz like style music.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
That's the thing. I agree. Like if you would cut the Sandman stuff out, it would make a better movie. But it's like I really like those scenes.
Yeah.
It's real.
Right.
It's real. And I get kind of where like the filmmakers were kind of stuck because like they really wanted to tell this story, but then they wanted to bring Venom in. But then they're like, oh yeah, we got to wrap up Harry Osborn's story because we built another up 2 movies. They were kind of like caught between a rock and a hard place.
Mhm.
I get it's like and I kind of forgive the movie in that sense. It is a way more messier than the first 2 movies because you go from just having 1 villain in each movie to having 3, and that is a hard jump to do.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Venom goes, I actually really like the design of Venom. Like I was saying, I like how he's not unrealistically big. Like I like both. I like the more realistic size, and I like the really big Venom. I like both.
Well, it's almost a throwback to when he first showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like he didn't really
He just grinned a lot.
Yeah, and his tongue didn't really stick out. And as far as Topher Grace, I love Topher Grace. Like I'm a huge That 70s Show fan. I've seen tons of other movies that he was in. He was really good in Predators.
Yeah.
He was just miscast, but I understand what they were trying to do. Like you said, they weren't trying to do Eddie Brock. They were trying to do like a bad Peter Parker. Like even he himself is a dork. Like they say, like he's got like bad cologne and he's trying to hit on Betty, and like he's not good at it and stuff like that. He's just an asshole Peter Parker, and like he's dating Gwen Stacy. Like
He says they're dating even though they went on 1 date.
This is a weird idea, but do you think like, I mean, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal from a marketing standpoint, but do you think he would have been a better Scorpion?
I was gonna say that honestly, I think Topher Grace would have been a better Carnage.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know. I don't know if he was crazy enough, but I mean, if he played it up a little, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if he hammed it up a little more, like
Yeah.
But I think he had like the build and kind of the voice for Carnage.
Mhm.
But anyways, but like it's one of those things that's like, and just because Venom's not in the movie a lot, yeah, I mean like yeah, he's not the best Venom, like, but I mean like Two-Face in the Dark Knight's not in it very much, but like it's great. Like what you do gets great.
Mhm.
I will say it's like what you get with Venom, and this is not great, but I think it's decent. It's okay. It's not. It could have been a lot better, and I wish he was in it a little more. If anything, what they could have done, they could have just had the black suit the whole movie, and then the 4th movie be about Venom.
Yeah.
Which I feel like there was even rumors before that that's what they were gonna do, and then like to Harry, like the whole like New Goblin stuff, like it just didn't work. Like they should have just made him another Green Goblin,
Or the Hobgoblin.
or the Hobgoblin. Like a lot of people said that. Another idea, like somebody
For how little role he plays in the plot, could he really not have just worn the Green Goblin outfit?
Right.
Like,
yeah, and I
he
think
has one major fight and then he shows up at the end. Like,
yeah, and like they shouldn't have done the amnesia thing. If anything, they should have just done him fighting Peter, and then like Peter and him like fighting like in Harry's apartment or whether like more close together.
Mm-hmm.
and then
Like
they
kind of put this.
accuse-
Yeah. But there was a video, I forget who it was. It might have been I don't want to misquote it. It was either like Screen Rant or Screen Crush. It was one of them. They talked about like if they fix Spider-Man 3, and it's a stretch because it's really changing the comic, but like they said to fix it, they would have just made Harry Osborn Venom. Like completely like get rid of the
Which-
Topher Grace, Eddie Brock, and like just have like Harry Osborn like finds the symbiote like after like Peter loses it, and it's kind of like Harry was the villain like building up to this the whole time. Which, I mean, that
is
would have been
something that
alright.
has been tried since successfully
Yeah.
in a few different mediums.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Harry is. Oh yeah, the cartoon. Yeah, and other things I can't talk about.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I know what you mean about that. But yeah, like I mean, that would have been okay. Like if Harry became Venom,
I like that.
that would have been interesting.
I mean, you already had a Venom that wasn't exactly like the iconic Eddie Brock Venom. So
well, yeah,
I mean,
and that's the thing. Like, just because you put the name Eddie Brock on someone doesn't mean like he is that character, because he wasn't.
no, yeah, everybody gets their own interpretation of Venom.
Yeah, and it's like, and I don't think people would have been really mad if like Harry
No,
was Venom.
I mean, I like what you just said, but I do gotta disagree with you there. You would have had plenty of like older dude bros be like, Harry Osborn doesn't become Venom. What the fuck? Like you would have still had those guys complain.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have people complain regardless, but like,
Which if you want a page for page adaptation, just
He also
buy the
doesn't
damn
become.
book.
yeah, just read
He
the
also
comic book.
doesn't become the new Goblin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just the second Green Goblin. He's not the new Goblin. I always thought that was funny.
Well,
like that's literally like his name, the new
Yeah.
Goblin. And my thing is like he's not even a goblin. Like
No.
he wears a ski mask for 2 seconds and
not-
it folds off.
He's not even Goblin-esque.
Yeah.
I mean,
just
come on.
He's just a dude on a hoverboard and he has like Batman arm blades.
He's not even under a bridge telling riddles.
His suit in
Yeah.
this one was more reminiscent of the body armor in the Butt Ugly Martians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
One since we were talking about Venom, one other thing I forgot to add. I love Topher Grace's voice when he's Venom.
Yeah.
Like it's like raspy. I don't know. It sounds like a fucking stereotypical like cowboy to me. But like it sounds really cool. I don't know how to explain it further. Like when he has the symbiote over his face, there's like this distinct voice change that actually sounded kind of cool.
Yeah, he doesn't talk enough with the face on. Like it's mainly just that scene when he's talking to Sandman.
Yeah, but he like has this really gravelly voice, and I was like, I wanted to hear more of that. Like, you know, once he has the face on, like he make him intimidating. I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's
and
go ahead
and another thing I wanted to bring up, like that we actually didn't talk about the first movies, like is the Bruce Campbell cameos.
Mm-hmm.
And the third movie definitely has the best, where he's like the maitre d', and like Peter's like trying to do the ring and the drink and stuff, and like he's having this dramatic scene where like him and Mary Jane, and like she's upset, and like he keeps thinking like it's the cue to come over, so all the guys are running over the stuff, and like Peter has to like swat him away. I don't know, it's great. And I loved like the rumors that like eventually like Bruce Campbell was going to be Mysterio, and like he was like stalking Spider-Man that whole time. Like that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go
But
ahead and wrap
but
up
I mean,
my-
who
since-
knows at this point?
Since Blake
my-
still needs to talk about 3.
my grade, I didn't say my grade. My grade for Spider-Man 3 is a D.
A D.
A D.
2D.
2 Ds. Blake?
What?
Talk about Spider-Man 3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too much of a rerun from my segment in the 2007 episode.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also my opinions hasn't really changed since then. So, check that episode out for more of my thoughts. But yeah, I mean, Mr. Dickovich's daughter was brought up earlier. I just realized if they did another live action Popeye movie, she should totally be Olive Oil.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I guess like my only other theory on the design of the new Goblin suit is like, so at the end, you know, Harry wouldn't have looked evil when he was teaming up with Spider-Man, and you know what I'm trying to say, like it would have been weird if like the Green Goblin suit was the good guy in the final fight. Like that would have been weird. So I guess they wanted to make him look more neutral, so he could have been a good guy later on. Like I guess that's what
But the thing is like he takes the mask like 2 seconds after he shows up every time.
Regardless, I would have preferred if he just modified his dad's suit somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like do something with the helmet that makes it look less menacing, I guess.
Trevor, you sound like you're tiny.
Yeah.
Do I?
No, you don't. You're good now.
Oh, okay.
And then finally, the only other new point I could have thought of since last time was it just me, or was like the flashback of the Sandman killing Uncle Ben? Did that feel like fucking Sam Raimi was trying to remake a scene from the Godfather trilogy? Like,
Yeah.
The slow-mo, yeah.
yeah, the slow-mo and like the sad music and everything. And it was just like, I was waiting for like James Caan to scream after hitting someone with a trash can. But
What are you doing?
and
There
yeah,
was a deleted scene where Uncle Ben has the fucking orange slice in his mouth and he's chasing Peter.
oh,
Oh.
but,
And then he fucking sits down and dies.
I mean, the best actor in that trilogy is still Al Pacino, because I wish Donnie was filming me. Donnie loved my reaction to the end of The Godfather Part 3. I was like, oh, okay.
That's it?
Yeah. But anyway.
Now I really want to see Uncle Ben chasing world's oldest 18-year-old Tobey Maguire through a fucking hedge maze.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then as far as like Venom being shoehorned into the final act of this movie as like the finale villain, that was like, and you already touched on this, Michael, like The Dark Knight did a way better job of that than the following year with Two-Face. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything else, anything different, anything new to say since the 07 episode. So for the sake of not being a rerun, Spider-Man 3, as a movie itself, it's probably a C. Mm-hmm. But as far as this franchise, it's a D. I give it a D. And yeah, so let's just move on.
All right. Next one, The Amazing Spider-Man. Now, this is a tricky one because, in my opinion, The Amazing Spider-Man does the Peter Parker moments before he becomes Spider-Man so much better than Spider-Man 1. Like, the first half of The Amazing Spider-Man is much better than the second half.
Yes, yeah.
Peter in this movie has like a way better and more fleshed out relationship with Uncle Ben and Aunt May than he does in Spider-Man 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't really get a whole lot of Uncle Ben in Spider-Man 1. He's there just to die. Whereas in Amazing Spider-Man, you know, you get like that scene where they're down in the basement trying to figure out why like the basement's flooding and all that. They're, you know, trying to do stuff together, stuff like that. And then that scene where, you know, after Uncle Ben kind of tells Peter about his dad, and on his way out, Peter's just like, "Hey, Uncle Ben, you're a pretty great dad. You know that?" Like, you don't really get that in the Raimi movies with Uncle Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Uncle Ben and Aunt May have a better dynamic with each other as a married couple than they do in the first Raimi movie. Like that scene when Peter comes home after he's bit by the spider and he's eating Aunt May's meatloaf, and Uncle Ben's just like, "Yeah, something's wrong. Nobody
That sounded really fucked for some reason."
He's eating the meatloaf that's in the fridge.
When Donnie was like,
that didn't help.
thought he was like, yeah, no, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, they have better chemistry in this movie as a married couple. I wanted to be like, oh, they fucking.
Yeah.
They fucking.
But like when Peter's eating all the food in the fridge and like Uncle Ben's like, will you fucking let me speak?
Uncle Ben was saving himself for his 50s.
Yeah. Well, Uncle Ben just makes the snide comment. He's like, yeah, nobody likes your meatloaf. And it's just like, that's something that like pretty much everybody has heard their parents or grandparents say something similar to like each other. Shut up. Sitting here talking about meatloaf and you guys are making it all weird.
He's eating Aunt May's meatloaf.
But I won't do that.
All right, that's it. Show's canceled. Good night.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wake up my fucking kid.
I feel like that's a threat that's said every episode. I'm gonna wake up my
Yes.
fucking kid.
Oh.
You all right?
Oh,
Okay, just let me know when it's my turn to talk. I'm gonna step away from the MacBook for a minute.
MacBook.
Okay. And then that scene when Peter's like kind of like getting a feel for his powers and when he's in the junkyard just jumping around, riding around on his skateboard and everything. That's like one of my favorite scenes in this franchise, just like in terms of like Peter figuring out his powers for the first time. Just the music and the cinematography of that scene. It's just a great scene. Like the moments before he becomes Spider-Man are the best parts of the movie. Whereas once Peter becomes Spider-Man, the movie just kind of like, it feels like Sony and everybody involved in the movie is just like checking off the check boxes. Like, okay, you know, we're more concerned with getting a Spider-Man movie out than we are with getting a good Spider-Man movie out. So we got to have this, and this. It just kind of feels like it's rushed through. I mean, the Lizard, we mentioned before about, you know, Doc Ock's motivation. Like, while Doc Ock was, you know, portrayed very well, I mean, his motivation of it was his life's work. I mean, that's literally the same thing with the Lizard in this one. And, I mean, while I think the Lizard isn't portrayed as well as Doc Ock, it's just like not being portrayed as well and having a flimsy motivation to begin with. It's just not a good combo. I think it would have been better if this movie, he was just Peter Parker for like 90% of it, and he didn't really become Spider-Man until the very end. As far as Gwen Stacy goes, I mean, I think they did a lot of things right when they made this movie. They chose a villain that had never been done before, even though they didn't do it very well. And they chose the other girlfriend instead of Mary Jane. And, I mean, Gwen Stacy is a much better love interest than Mary Jane is in these movies. Because,
Yeah.
first off, Gwen Stacy obviously thinks Peter's a cool person before she finds out he's Spider-Man. And then also, she's not just his equal, but she's also like his intellectual superior in a lot of moments. And I mean, they just have a great banter. Like when like Peter is just like completely awkward around her, and she's just like kind of teasing him about it all the time. Like, say what you want about the Andrew Garfield movies, he has the best girlfriend. And I mean, I'll expand on that a little bit more in the next movie, but yeah, like I said, like this is a weird one for me because the bits before the actual Spider-Man moments are way better than the Spider-Man moments. Ultimately, I'm going to give it a D. What do you guys say, Blake?
So
What do you guys say about Aunt May's meatloaf?
oh shit. Sorry. Anyway, this movie I'll never forget when we saw this movie, and yeah, I'm still fucking salty about it. I'll never forget when we saw this movie, and the whole time I'm just groaning and sighing like this. And I was actually excited for this one leading up to it, like a year before when the teaser trailer came out, the same week as Comic-Con, and then it was in front of Captain America, the First Avenger. Like, I thought it was pretty cool looking, and I was ready for a reboot, and I liked Andrew Garfield as in The Social Network with Lex Luthor. And
Yeah.
but no, I was looking forward to it all, and I love Emma Stone. When they're like, Emma Stone's going to be Gwen Stacy, I'm like, oh, mommy. But yeah, and Martin Sheen as Uncle Ben. I was like, fuck
Perfect.
yeah, I love Martin Sheen.
Yeah.
And then Sally Field as Aunt May. I'm like, oh, I like her. I really like her.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you were the only one, I think.
That was fucking stupid.
You and your fucking cat, liberal.
He is actually sitting right beside me.
So
So he heard that. Thank you.
okay. But as far as this movie itself, like, honestly, I felt like I was getting my intelligence insulted the entire time. Like, it just felt fucking dumb, and it was dumb in a frustrating way where it wasn't like flat out stupid. It wasn't like straight up moronic. It was just falling flat, and like the jokes I thought were lame, and like I did not believe that like this Peter Parker was an outcast. Like I did
Right.
not believe that he was the uncool kid at school.
Why is that?
What?
Why is that?
Well, I don't fucking have to explain anything to you, but
All right.
Called you right fucking out. I felt like that was like a dig or something. Like, why
No.
is that?
yeah, that was
Why don't you see him as an outcast?
that was passive aggressive as fuck.
Yeah.
But no. Okay, so no, I will explain. I will tell you. With Tobey Maguire in the original trilogy, like I believed that he would be picked on at school. Like his clothes were like very basic and plain, and he had like a very basic haircut, and
He looked roughly 34.
Yeah.
But no, just like it's like Tobey Maguire's entire aesthetic in the beginning of the original Spider-Man one, like, yeah, okay, I could believe that he would be picked on. But like with this, like he wears like a cool army jacket, and like everyone asks him to take their photos for him.
And he
And
skateboards.
he skateboards, and he has cool shoes, and he has his hair like gelled up real cool.
If I
And
can
he has a
offer,
love-hate relationship with Flash.
if I can offer a counterpoint to that, like
You can.
well,
I'm
I'm
just
going
kidding.
to, so tough shit. You're talking about he's wearing this cool jacket and these cool shoes. I'm like, they look pretty plain. I don't see any, big name brands. I don't see him wearing Jordans or Nikes or anything like that. And it's like, I know this is going to be kind of pretentious, but like when I was in high school, and then, Mike and Blake, you guys mentioned he skateboards. In high school, I skateboarded. I dressed pretty much exactly like Andrew Garfield does in this movie. And guess what? I still got fucking picked on almost about as much as Peter Parker does in this movie. So, I mean,
And I didn't get powers.
yeah.
But
I was gypped.
So
I would say
that's kind of my counterpoint to that. Is just like, I guess I just don't see it the same way you do.
I would say though, like since you were a freshman in high school, and since this movie came out, like the tide turned, like for like in a social aspect. Like, I mean, obviously this is getting apples and oranges. Like the same year, 2012, like the 21 Jump Street movie had come out, and it literally had a commentary on that. How like the kids who would have been like nerdy and dorky 10 years ago were now the cool kids, and liking comic books was cool and whatnot. Like, I don't think like high school was exactly the same in 2012 as it was in 2007.
I mean, I was still getting picked on in my senior year in 2010. So, I don't think you're wrong. The tide definitely turned. I just don't think it turned that much that quickly.
Well,
It's fair.
as far as you getting picked on, I'm genuinely sorry that happened, and kids fucking suck sometimes.
Yeah.
But and then like as far as like no, like his clothes, like he's wearing like a cool like cargo army jacket, but then like also like I think he literally is wearing Nikes. Like, don't hold me to it, but I think he actually is wearing a pair of Nikes. But he's got skinny jeans on, and it's just the point is flat out like we can overanalyze, like the logic and backstory within like maybe what a 30-minute prologue to this movie.
Mhm.
Like, I just did not believe that he was the outcast. Like, I don't think he was at all. And as far as like, I don't know, Sally Field in this movie just got on my fucking nerves so much. It's just like, all she cared about was goddamn eggs. And
It's one line.
No, and then she's like, fucking eggs, and
Fucking hands.
But I will say though, like Martin Sheen as Uncle Ben, like Martin Sheen himself, like he didn't disappoint. I liked his chemistry. I liked his charisma. My only like gripe with Martin Sheen, and this is the writers and the editors, he dies at probably like the exact same fucking minute in the runtime as the original Uncle Ben.
It's
And
definitely like it definitely feels like it's about the same amount of time.
yeah, it's
This movie's paced very much the same as the first Spider-Man.
Yeah.
and that brings.
Well,
Go ahead, Trevor.
nah, it's something I'll talk about when I get to my part.
And this brings me to my next point, where it's like, you know, a lot of this movie, the parts where this movie is just like mediocre or bearable, it feels like it's trying to be a loose remake of the first Raimi movie, and it has stuff that hints to it, like when he falls into the abandoned wrestling ring, like. You know, it's like they spend time like trying to remind you of it, like, oh, hey, remember when he fought Bonesaw? Like, cool, good times, wasn't it? And then like the parts where it's kind of, sort of, I guess, trying to do its own thing, it's just not doing it for me. And
Well, that like, not to interrupt you, Blake, but that was the kind of thing I wanted to bring up, is that the tag, because I'm on IMDb and I remember this, the tagline on all the posters and the marketing is "The untold story begins" or whatever, and it's just like, what is
Fuck,
untold?
is this a
Like
deleted scene?
you're doing the same thing. Like it's,
Yeah.
I mean, like they're doing their own spin on it, but it's like, well, what are you showing me that's never been told in a Spider-Man story? Like,
His parents.
and I'm
but that has been told before, because in the
No,
comics they were
no.
SHIELD agents.
and it's amazing that like we haven't brought him up yet, but that was actually an interview with Avi Arad. And once again, like we're almost 2 hours into this podcast, and we haven't talked about how fucking weird Avi Arad is.
Yeah.
How it just doesn't make any sense as a producer. But like when Avi Arad was doing the like the press tour, the junkets for this movie, he was trying to like imply and hint and suggest that this could connect to the old movies as a prequel. And he's like,
Yeah.
the untold story like tagline, and it's like Avi, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Sorry, I don't like it. I don't like it when producers decide they want to make themselves the face of a franchise.
Yeah. You are
Like,
literally here.
You're not
fun.
directly involved in the project. Like, I don't want to hear your thoughts on things.
The only one who
You're
gets
not
the
as
only one
in
who
the
gets away
know
with
as
that's
most
Kevin
people.
Feige.
Yeah.
yeah. And then like fucking John Peters tried to do that with Superman, and he's the guy who was like, I want him to fight a giant spider and kill a polar bear and shit.
I'm from the streets.
I'm from
Like,
the streets.
And
I
he's
was
fucking Barbara
just-
Streisand's hairdresser.
Yeah,
I always joke about it, but I hate when a movie like starts with like from the producers of
Yeah.
translates to from the people that gave money to,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
like
from the people that wrote a check.
yeah.
Part of the deal.
And when you see that, it's like, oh, they couldn't get anyone actually like fucking talented involved, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have these names.
Yeah. Yeah, when
Like-
when any form of a talented visionary is just, you know, someone who gave you money, like that's not like, yeah.
That's
But
why
then-
I'm like. That's why I like don't like Blumhouse that much.
Well, see,
like,
Blumhouse,
oh,
I
it's-
feel like Blumhouse is an exception to that because, like, I don't know, Blumhouse kind of follows certain formulas and aesthetics, but
I guess.
You know what's the funny thing? Do you know how like Avi Arad became like this big producer for Marvel movies?
toys.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the owner of Toy Biz, and Toy Biz back in the day made all
Oh.
the Marvel figures
Mm-hmm.
before Hasbro bought it.
But then, like,
Yeah, didn't they do Marvel Legends and whatnot?
Yeah, like
The
well, that's the
first
thing.
run of
All
it.
the like X-Men the animated series, Spider-Man the animated series, like all that was Toy Biz.
But then, okay, but don't show up at the junket for the Hollywood Reporter and act like you're J.J. Abrams holding the mystery box.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing, is that he was the big producer, he was the money man, so he did whatever he wanted.
No, but yeah. Also, when John Peters was like, "I was Barbara Streisand's hairdresser," it reminded me of in Jackass 1 where he's like, "I was Lon Chaney's lover."
Well, go love
Go
him
back
already.
and love him.
Back to Amazing Spider-Man 1. Yeah, the untold story, and it's just, I don't know. And then okay, and I like Emma Stone. Like I thought Emma Stone didn't disappoint. And Andrew Garfield himself, like his acting, is okay, I guess. Like he has moments where, honestly, God, I don't know how to say this without fucking hurting someone's feelings, but he kind of has some moments, and I'm genuinely saying a serious fucking statement here. He has moments where I'm like, are they trying to like put him on the spectrum? Like, were they trying to be more inclusive or diverse or something? And I'm not fucking being an asshole when I say that. Like, I'm asking a real fucking question.
They're trying to do the Blue Ranger from the Power Rangers reboot.
He does though. He kind of like I don't even know how to describe it. He kind of like it's not like he's talking to himself, but he just has these weird little mannerisms.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was they were a lot more prominent in 2, I think.
Well, no, and it's like that proves that wasn't a stupid question I asked. I'm glad you brought that up, Michael. They literally did that with the Blue Power Ranger in the 2017 movie.
Yeah.
He is on the spectrum.
Which that was really good. That's the best part of that movie. Like to get off track, but
he was the best actor in that movie too.
I don't think they were going for anything with it. I just feel like they did not know how to write him awkward.
Yeah, true.
And they just threw it in.
But
and that honestly could have been Andrew Garfield, like just riffing, you know.
Yeah, that's true. He was trying to do this like weird like blended version of Ryan Gosling in Drive and Shia LaBeouf in the Transformers trilogy, but
no, like you gotta talk about the Uncle Ben scene.
He's like puffing out his lips. And he's like, Uncle Ben, somebody call an ambulance.
And then I love when you make him say Uncle Gwen.
Uncle Gwen.
And then Aunt May shows up. Peter, thank God, where are the eggs?
No, and then honestly, when he's upset and he's leaving the house and he slams the door behind him and the fucking glass shatters in the door, that's literally a fucking moment in Hot Rod when Andy Samberg's like, I'm genuinely sorry about the door. But so finally, I come to the part that just fucking. Okay, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I fucking hate the lizard in this movie so goddamn much. Like
they dropped the ball on that one.
Parker.
Yeah, no. Poor Peter Parker picked a pickled pepper.
No mother, no father, no uncle. Poor little lizard wants to make everybody lizard.
He wants to make like 7 people lizards.
But like. Yeah, so
he just wants to give people the itchy scalies.
Yeah, and I can't stand the way he looks. Like he doesn't have. Right. I don't know what you would call it. Like it's not called a fucking snout, but like
he looks like the Goombas from the Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah,
because
he has the flat face.
Didn't in the 90s show they did a thing where he was more taken over by the lizard side. He had a snout. And then he
had a snout, like he just had a full on lizard head in the cartoon.
They fucking did it backwards.
Yeah, they made him a Goomba.
Yeah, but I mean like when he's more human, he doesn't have the snout in the cartoon, or less prominent.
No. Either way, in the cartoon, he always had the snout.
Oh, okay.
It's just when he was like more human, like he could talk.
I think they made him look
I thought it was less prominent or something.
If I recall correctly, the reason they made him look like that in the movie is because that's closer to how he looked in his original comic appearance.
Yeah, like in his first appearance, like in the 60s, like he didn't have that much of a snout.
Yeah.
Well,
you made Peter Parker a skateboarder. Anything 60s is thrown out the window at that point.
That's true.
Yeah, like
why does he have to look like how he did in the 60s?
Just give him the half like alligator crocodile head, like whatever. But yeah, and then it's just like I don't like
that he doesn't wear the lab coat.
He does for like 3 seconds.
Yeah,
he needs to wear the Torb lab coat. Like I always thought that was cool looking.
We got to remember, I'm still trying to talk here. But anyway,
sorry.
But no,
Hurry the
I
fuck up, Jesus.
okay, y'all. No, I'm the one who took one for the team with Spider-Man 3. Y'all don't have the fucking right to say that now. But anyway,
Sorry.
but no, I don't understand his fucking plan. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It's his
He
life's
wants-
work.
It's no.
It was my dream.
He's been planning this out his whole life. You wouldn't get it.
No. Now that I can't use that, it doesn't work. But anyway,
I don't think he wants to shine a big light into the sky. That way, there's something to prevent in the third act.
oh, that was another thing. Like, fucking sky beams in superhero movies. Like, I mean, shit. And this was 2012, and they were still trying to do it in 2016 with Suicide Squad. But
Right.
Yeah, like why was that ever a thing?
no, I don't know. Like, it was done in the
And they were always blue. Like,
Yeah.
they couldn't mix up the colors.
yeah.
Was it blue in Amazing Spider-Man? What? Like,
Yep,
Yeah.
it was.
I'm remembering it as green, but I guess
Well, it was
this
gonna be green, but then Spider-Man puts the antidote in that was blue, so then it shot like a blue beam up in the air.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But who gives a shit? And it's just like I don't get his. But he wants to turn other people into lizard people, and then
He doesn't want to be all around.
but then that
I
was
want to make roughly 7 cops lizards.
and that was another thing. Like, I thought there was going to be this big like action set piece where Spider-Man had to take on. It was basically going to turn into a zombie movie where Spider-Man had to take on all these lizard people, and then that just doesn't happen.
That was a missed
Yes.
opportunity.
Yeah,
Because we thought that was going to happen because there was a Mega Block set that like was like pictures were released before the movie came out, and there was like the lizard and then like people turning into lizards like with the set.
and
The damn toys, like
The
Yeah.
goddamn
They built our
Mega
hopes
Blocks.
yeah, and then like it has to keep reminding you that he's missing an arm, and it's like, we get it, okay, I get it. He doesn't have an arm, and it's like tries to do this like he tries to do this like fucking art house like tender moment where he's like looking at his reflection. And it's like, oh, so that's what it would look like if I held both my hands up together, because that's totally something a normal fucking person does in their room alone. But yeah, no, I can't stand the lizard in this movie. I think he's annoying. I think he's dumb. And
I
then no,
fucking hate him. I hope he dies.
I motherfuck his mother and his daddy. He can eat a dick.
the funny thing is they didn't even pick that bad of an actor. Like I like that actor.
No, and he would have been good. No, but they missed out on because Michael Fassbender turned this down to be Magneto, and
He would have been a good lizard.
he would have been a good lizard. But that was another thing. I don't think Michael Fassbender would have been able to save it because like there is nothing going on with Dr. Connors. Like, he doesn't have his son. He doesn't have a wife. Like, he's
The thing is, they filmed scenes with his family and cut it out.
yeah,
And that was dumb. That was on the filmmakers' part.
And they couldn't figure out what they were doing. Like, they couldn't make him sympathetic. But then he's not evil for the sake of being evil. He's just there. Like, he's just an empty shell of a worthless fucking piece of shit in this movie.
And we're supposed to feel bad for him, but you don't.
No. Like, he's just there.
He deserved to lose that arm.
But anyway, I'm starting to just fucking do a rerun here. I'm sorry. Moving on from the lizard. I have to agree with you, Donnie. Like, I think it would have just been wiser to have a Spider-Man movie where, like, for like 3/4 of the film, or 2/3 of the film, whatever, he's just discovering himself, and he becomes Spider-Man in the final act of the movie for like a couple fight scenes, like basically like a better version of what the 2017 Power Rangers movie did, where most of the movie they're just hanging out and then they actually put the suit on for the final act. Like, I would have been fine with that, but no kid would have had the patience going to see a Spider-Man movie where they only get like 25-30 minutes of Spider-Man runtime in the suit. So sorry, I'm tripping and fumbling over myself. I'm just getting redundant as both shit. I think as a movie itself, as a film, as a
shit.
As a film itself, it's like it's like somewhere between a C and a D, probably more so a D.
Are we doing the pluses or minuses?
No, I'm not
No.
doing pluses or
Okay.
minuses.
No.
Okay.
But as far as like the franchise, I give it an F. Like it is the only Spider-Man movie that legit pissed me off.
Wow.
And it just fucking, I don't know. And then I think it was also like when this movie ended, we all walked out of the theater. Everybody was mad at me that I didn't like it. And I'll never
I wasn't mad.
No, you were neutral about it, I guess. I don't know. But like, I remember walking out of it. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. Donnie was just bummed out that I wasn't into it. Donnie didn't like, pick on me about it or whatever. And Trevor was just honestly asking me like, "Oh, you didn't care for it?" Like Trevor was just very whatever. And Mike
There was
just,
a certain someone that was busting your balls about it.
and I'll fucking say it on the podcast. Whatever. You and I are cool now, but we were walking out of it, and Trevor was like, "Oh, you didn't like it?" I'm like, "No." And I was like, honestly, I thought Spider-Man 3 was better. And Michael was like, "No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that." And,
I will say I've changed my mind now. At the time,
yeah, but Michael was like, "No, definitely not." And Andrew was there, and Andrew goes, "I thought it was the best one. I thought it was the best one out of all of them." And I simply just shrugged my shoulders because I didn't have anything to say. I just wanted to go home. and he was like, "I thought it was the best one of the series." Shrugged my shoulders, and he goes, as I'm turned around walking away, "Or you can be a fucking asshole about it." And I was just like, Andrew, like, I didn't like it. I didn't care for it. What do you want from me?
It's a movie.
But it's a movie. Like,
that was just a movie, dude.
Are you one of the admins to responsibility posting of how they go 0 to 100 just over a movie? But anyway, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Amazing one. I give it an F. I apologize for being repetitive or redundant. So,
all right, Mike.
I will say a lot of as like what Blake said when I went out of the movie theater. Like I've noticed a lot of movies that like I either don't like or, well, not so much don't like. Like I've noticed a lot of movies that I'm not fond of. It's never at first. I always try to go in something optimistic and maybe like I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of like lying to myself. But as time goes on, or the more I watch it, like I kind of realize what it more is. And like I said at the time, like I didn't think it was as bad as Spider-Man 3, but I don't know. I think in some ways it is worse than Spider-Man 3. But like you said, Donnie, like I think the first half is good. The first half is decent. And I will say, just to put it out there, like I don't think any of the Spider-Man movies are bad movies. Like as movies go, I don't think any of them are bad movies at any stretch. Like I can watch all of these movies just fine.
Yeah,
Like
I feel like saying like this movie is the worst Spider-Man movie is like saying I found $100 on the ground, but I wish it was 200.
Yeah, that's fair.
We found the rubber band.
Yeah.
Zing. But like I will say, yeah, I had a brain fart, sorry. I will say, like, I get what they were. I see both sides, like what you were saying, Donnie, and like what Blake was saying about Peter. I see what the filmmakers are trying to do. Like, they weren't trying to do like, the 60s science nerd with like the sweater vest and the glasses and like he's obsessed with chemistry and blah blah blah, because like that's not really a thing anymore.
Yeah.
They were trying to make him more like a socially awkward person. Like maybe he was on the spectrum, maybe he wasn't. It's one of those things. It's like I understand but he's not like the stereotypical cool. Like he's not like the Flash Thompson like jock cool. I mean, I guess it just depends on where you live and the culture and the time. I mean, like going what Blake said, like us going to school, like there was kids that were like the stereotypical jock popular and they wore Jordans or nice clothes or they had families that had money.
Mm-hmm.
But there were kids that were i.e. popular that were like skater kids, but not every skater. I'm not saying like every skater kid was popular, like far from it. Like there were some, but they were kind of, I feel like some of the skater kids I'm thinking of were more like they were popular just because they were bullies, I guess.
They were popular because they had drugs.
Yes,
And I'm not
that
even
too.
making a joke. That's like legit. That's a fact.
Yeah. They were like they were drugs. They had drugs or they were bullies.
Yeah.
And like yeah, he wasn't that way. They just I feel like I guess the skateboarding thing they just wanted to give him like a hobby. And the thing is they even kind of like illustrate that in the movie that he's not like the dork you've seen before, because his introduction to Flash isn't picking on him. He's picking on a kid that's like younger than them, like I guess like a freshman or something. And like Peter stands up for him and is like, put him down, Eugene, and he says like Flash Thompson's real name. And then Flash Thompson, being pissed off, punches him and then humiliates him in front of everybody.
Actually, right before that, when there's a scene when you first see Peter, when he's like putting some pictures in like the display case, Flash picks on him then.
Like yeah, he throws a basketball at him, doesn't he?
Yeah, and just kind of like acts like he's gonna like hit him or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And I will say I do like, I wish they would have done more, because in the comics I always really liked Flash Thompson. I do like that they kind of hint like in this movie that like they're gonna become friends, because like after Uncle Ben dies, like he goes to talk to him and Peter slams him into the locker because he thinks he's gonna make fun of him, but then he's like, hey, like I just want to tell you I'm sorry. I actually really like that. And like I thought the guy that they cast as him, he actually like looked like comic book Flash, because he had like blonde hair. Because I just to throw it out, like I can't, and it's not because of like the Flash in the Tom Holland movies isn't like white and has blonde hair and blue eyes. I just don't like the characteristics of the Flash in those movies. I don't like that he's like a dork too, but he's just like a bully dork.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that this Flash, like for as less as you saw him, like he was probably the best one. But that's a whole other topic. I just like Flash because I like Agent Venom and all that shit. But that's a whole different topic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, yeah, like I said, like I think Blake kind of nailed it on the head. Like I think the thing that really holds this movie back is that they really like screwed up the lizard. Like it's one of those things like in the Raimi movies, like yeah, you can say like, well, what was the villain's motivation, whether it was only just kind of set up and nothing else. At least the villains were likable. They did not make the lizard likable at all. They took what made him likable in the comics and cartoon and they threw it out the window. They almost had it, but they cut the scenes out. Like the big thing with the lizard is his family. Like the great thing in the comics, like the thing that brings the lizard back from the brink of turning into a monster is his wife and his kids. And it's like the only thing they give him is like he lost his arm, and I'm supposed to feel bad for him, but it's like I feel like if they would have said, like, you didn't even have to make a scene, like you could have just said it, like, how did he lose his arm? Was he like a medic in combat, or like, you know what I mean? Like, did he lose his arm like in battle, and like maybe like him losing his hand or his arm was like a reminder of like, you know, the worst point of his life, like he was traumatized by being in combat and stuff, and like he wants his hand back as a kind of way of like maybe moving on and forgetting about that, and also to help other people like that have lost limbs, you know. But they don't really get into that. Like it's just he wants his hand back. And don't get me wrong, like that sucks that you only have one hand, but like it could be worse, dude. Like you're a scientist, like you work in a really nice building, you seem like you have money. Like, do you really have it that bad? And like, yeah, just like the look of the lizard and just the way he talked, like he was just silly. He wasn't appealing. And I really like that actor. I've seen him in a lot of other movies and he's really good. But yeah, they just didn't utilize him enough. And Emma, yeah, and like you guys said, Emma Stone's hands down the best like love interest of all the movies. Like they really nailed the chemistry. Like with Mark Webb, like he had made like 500 Days of Summer, and Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield started dating like at the start of the movie, so they had that chemistry in real life, and it really worked. Like I really thought like the dialogue with them, which I think a lot of it was ad-libbed, like it worked really well. It wasn't cheesy. It wasn't. I cried like a baby when you played Cinderella. And I really liked
you in his room.
Yeah, I liked Charlie Sheen and Sally Field, but I think something about them being, or Martin Sheen. I'm sorry, that'd be funny if it was Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen will be the MCU Uncle Ben.
Charlie Sheen would have actually eaten Aunt May's meatloaf.
And give her AIDS.
Oh, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ!
Jesus.
Hey, he has AIDS. Anyways, but
Damn.
that should be the tagline for the video. Uncle Ben has AIDS.
It's like that Dave Chappelle. Charlie, that is like Dave Chappelle when he was like when Donald Trump got corona, nobody was able to be like, "Well, how did you get it?"
But I think Martin Sheen, Sally Field, I feel like they were too much of A-listers to be Uncle Ben and Aunt May. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I don't know. I'm really attached to the first two, like Cliff Robertson and Rosemary Harris. I don't know. They were just like to me, they were the Uncle Ben and Aunt May. They were like the sweet, like old couple. Because like even though his aunt and uncle, they always kind of remind me more of like his grandparents.
Right.
And I don't know. I always love the scene when Martin Sheen like runs into the shooter. Because they kind of change up the whole thing. Like they get rid of the whole wrestling thing, and like it's more so like a misunderstanding at like that market where like
Peter
he
carries
can't pay
much more guilt.
Yeah, and like I love that Martin Sheen runs into a random guy. The guy drops a gun, and then he fights him for the gun. It's like, why? Like this. I mean, if I ran into a guy and he dropped a gun, I would just keep walking. Like, just because he robbed a store. Well, that's the thing too. He doesn't even know this guy robbed a store. He just runs into this guy.
I just always took it as Uncle Ben just being like trying to prevent somebody else from getting hurt.
Yeah, that's the way I assumed.
But it's also like the guy could have just had open carry, like as much
in
as
New York City.
New
York City.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I
just agree with what Michael said. He knows nothing other than the fact that this guy dropped a gun. Like, what do you know what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I get like it's the whole with great power comes great responsibility, but it's like that I feel like that's overstepping your boundaries. Like I don't know. I always thought it was funny too. Like he just looks at the gun and he just goes, bah! And then he like Martin Sheen like tackles him.
No, I'm so glad you brought that up, Michael. I just noticed that because it's not like the guy is like has a hostage or something, or someone's chasing after him. Like the dude's walking down the street, and Uncle Ben sees a gun, and he's like, "Oh, I have to go kamikaze now." Like,
well, I also took it as like Uncle Ben's out because he's looking for Peter, and so he is probably like, "Oh, what if this guy runs into Peter?"
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, not to me like rewriting the whole movie, but like I guess to make it think better is if maybe like that dude was like Peter left the store and then that guy tried to rob Peter. I don't know how to make that better because they were trying to. That was one of the things they really tried to redo. They tried to. It wasn't the whole like the guy robbed the wrestling thing and yada yada yada. Like they tried to redo it, but I don't know. I mean, I get what they were trying to do, but like. I don't know.
Uncle Ben had no motive in that moment.
Really. Right.
Like,
I do think it's kind of interesting though. Like you never see the killer again. Like there's like a whole like arc where he's trying to find him and like he never does.
Well, that was a callback to the comics because in the comics, Peter finds the killer in the comics, but he doesn't kill him like in the Sam Raimi movie.
Right, he's just like
the killer
arrested.
just like goes away and like he comes back like many years later.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, I don't know if I like that or not. That like Peter just kind of gives up on it later on.
Well, I kind of get it because he gives up on it because Dennis Leary, Captain Stacy, the captain of the police, is like, you know, they're having that argument about Spider-Man and Captain Stacy. It's like, you know, he's going after, you know, crooks who all look the same. He's got some sort of vendetta. He's not a hero. He's not protecting anybody. And like Peter's like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. I'm kind of in this for the wrong reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
But and that was another thing we didn't really bring up. I actually really like Dennis Leary as Captain Stacy. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something else. I will say, what do you guys? I'll say what I think at first, but like, what do you guys think of the Amazing Spider-Man suit, because I feel like this suit aesthetically tried to do the most different.
I do not like this suit.
I like it to an extent. Like I did like the designs, and like the spider's actually pretty big on his chest, and I like that they kind of put blue in the palm of his hands, and you can kind of see the web shooters sticking out.
I mean, his head.
But like,
With,
I don't like that his eyes are yellow.
yeah, it makes him look like a fucking basketball.
I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Like why are the eyes yellow? Like his eyes are supposed to be like white.
I think.
I feel like they just did that to do it.
I think the eyes are too small, and I think the feet look weird. Like the boots, the shoes, like the soles of them, like they look like corrective shoes that he has like arthritis, I guess.
Well, he has like little like I'm looking at a picture right now. Like he has like little silver like footy things on the bottom.
Yeah, he's like wearing Skechers. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not into it.
But I like the gloves, and I like the chest, and like how they did the spider on the back. But like I just don't like how the eyes are yellow. Like why?
I'm okay with it, and I think the reason why is the color grading of the whole movie. There isn't like a whole lot of like vivid, like bright whites.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's true. But I mean, you could
I'm
tell
okay with the
obviously
orange eyes.
like you could tell obviously they weren't happy with it because they changed it drastically the next movie.
Yeah, I think I'm on about the same page with you with that suit. I don't mind the orangey yellow eyes, but the boots, just portions of it really. The point is, it's supposed to be homemade. Like at a point, it stops looking homemade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's no way he could have made that. The same goes for the
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire suit. There's no way like he could have fucking made that himself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Etsy's pretty good now.
Yeah.
But I love the spider logo the Amazing Movies used. I love the really
Yeah.
long like hind legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too.
But yeah, I that suit never bothered me, and I honestly like it for being a little bit different. But I'm glad they changed it.
If the eyes were just like white or silver, like I'd be fine. It's just it feels like to me it's like if they took like Batman and they made like his belt purple, like I just like that wouldn't look right.
They made his gloves purple. Could you imagine?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I forgot about they were purple originally, but like I don't know. It'd be weird. It'd just be like if like Superman and like they made like he's red and blue, and then they just made like the yellow and his like S like green. Like it just doesn't look right to me.
I should have taken the opportunity right there to be like, did somebody say purple? And then I open a can.
Yeah. But I mean, like everybody said, like the first half's decent, but the thing that really hurts this movie is the second half. Like it doesn't have a good finale with the lizard.
Yeah.
I really do not like the parts with like C. Thomas Howell and the dad.
Oh my! I forgot about that.
And like he uses him and his buddies, like they try to recreate the "you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us," and they like do the crane thing, and
That
like
was-
it just doesn't work.
It's so cringy. It's so
Because
cringy.
well, it's like they line up all those cranes, but he's still got all those buildings, and it's like, why can't he just use those to swing?
Yeah, my thing is like he's limping, like it's like he doesn't use his legs to swing.
Man, you corny.
But like, and yeah, and the thing is like it's the most boring finale out of all the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest slight against this movie is that it gets boring.
Oh, Gwen, you mother hugger.
Yeah.
And I would say like I don't think the movie is an F, but as far as Spider-Man rating, I'm going to put it an F. Just if I have to put one in the F, I'm going to put it in F.
My man.
But I would say like as a movie, this is like a C minus. But like for the tier like
We're not
Spider-Man
doing
series,
minuses.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, if it was a movie, like just grading a movie, to me, it'd be. But like for Spider-Man tiers, it's an F. That's it for me.
As Kogel once told me about the Green Lantern, oh, you're far more forgiving than I am. When I burn a piece of toast, I just throw it out.
All right, Trevor, go ahead.
So I'll keep my thoughts pretty brief because honestly, and this is probably why I put it as the lowest movie of the Spider-Man movies. I just don't remember a lot of this movie. There's not much iconic imagery. There's not a lot that's unique about it compared to what came before and after it. And just overall, the downfall of this movie is that it doesn't do anything like remarkably new
Mm-hmm.
or anything like remarkably unique.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of my points kind of just add on to what you guys have brought up already. Their version of Peter Parker in this movie, yeah, I like that he's kind of a skater guy, but at the same time, I don't. I think there was some confusion on what they were trying to do with his identity. Um, he's obviously more alternative, and really, like, if in a modern day New York, I don't buy the kind of corny 60s nerd. Like, he's got to at least be like a little tough. But I feel like there was a lot of conflict there. Like, they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do with this Peter Parker.
He listened to a lot of Foo Fighters.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I do like the more I thought about it though, like him as a skateboarder, it makes sense. It shows he has like a little bit of like acrobatic ability going into it,
Mm-hmm.
which it's kind of cool, kind of foreshadowing. But I love the montage, like you guys had brought up already, of him like training, getting used to his powers
Mm-hmm.
in the warehouse skate park type thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool. But yeah, I just feel like there was some blurriness to like what they wanted to do with this version of Peter Parker. Um, Going on, I do want to jump over to Dr. Connors. Um,
Dr.
I
Connors.
gotta be late. I don't think Kurt Connors is a character you can do in one shot. I don't think you can introduce him in a movie and have him hit his arc as the Lizard in the same movie.
Well,
Yeah.
they did
What
the
they
opposite
missed,
of what the Raimi trilogy did. Like
yeah,
there was no
he
setup,
fucking
and he didn't
meandered for 3 movies.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even going
He-
to be the villain in Spider-Man 4 either.
Nope.
Right, right. Um, yeah, but like he had no relationship with Peter, which I feel is a really strong point of that character. He just was there, and like you've mentioned, he had an obsession with his arm, and that's about as far as his motivations went. And just he wasn't interesting. I wasn't like I wasn't into him as a villain. It's just nothing about him worked in it. Um, and yeah, just that final fight. I don't. Honestly, the fight in the sewers was more interesting to me. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's a
was
good
better
scene.
than the last one, yeah.
that's the main part of the movie I remember, is that there was a lot of really cool imagery in the sewers because we had never seen Spider-Man in that environment before. Like, I love him in the big center area where he has the webs going out and he's
Mm-hmm.
feeling them for vibrations. That was a really cool use of his powers I've never seen done before.
When they did something similar when they're fighting in the school and he's crawling all over them and webbing them up at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Like,
That was
but
good. And that's like one of the best Stan Lee cameos ever. I forgot to say that.
mhm. But that's like the two moments that really stood out in this movie to me. Other than that, like it just kind of blurs together. I kind of already said my piece with the suit. I don't mind it, but I'm glad they changed it after the fact.
That was
I honestly, you guys mentioned the pacing was very similar to the original Spider-Man, but like I felt like he didn't get his fucking suit until pretty late into the movie. Like,
It's about like an hour in, not
was
too
it?
far off.
About half
I don't
in,
know.
yeah.
That the first half just like was such a slow burn. Um, I don't know. Donnie, like you had, or Mike had mentioned, like with him like never finding the killer and whatnot. Um, I I was cool with that. I honestly liked seeing him kind of do the semi vigilante thing there for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of a unique spin the older movies didn't do. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say with this one. It just kind of it's the Spider-Man movie I don't really remember.
Yeah.
too often. So
Lucky.
So
you say lucky.
Yeah. You're ranking it at an F?
Oh yeah, I didn't put my letter grade. Yeah, honestly, it's somewhere between that and a D. But if I had to lean towards one, it's an F.
All right.
Just for F for forgetful. You know?
Wow.
Yeah,
The
pretty much.
two things that got a majority F are The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and Subway.
Not me. Y'all crazy. I love Subway.
Mike eats fresh.
And
I do.
tonight's third sponsor is
Subway.
Quiznos.
Talk about a hole in one.
Also, that you brought up that was one of the best Stan Lee cameos. That was actually Stan Lee's personal favorite too, I think.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, let's move into The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh God, the heartburn's back.
I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet because we are getting a little long here. I fucking love this movie. It's a hill I will die on. It's a hill I have died on multiple times.
You're taking a lot of arrows.
Yeah, and I'll take them gladly because I fucking love this movie. I rewatched it again today, and I still fucking love it. Growing up, being a fan of Spider-Man since the age of fucking 3, every time I imagine a Spider-Man movie, I always imagine something that looked like The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Just the tone, the pacing, the characters, the way they interact with each other, it's all just so fucking good. And I mean, I love this movie has some of the most the best scenes that illustrate what Spider-Man is, mainly in terms of his interaction with the random citizens of New York. Like a good example is when he saves that little kid from the bullies and he fixes his science project. He's like, "Hey, I'll walk you home." That is perfect Spider-Man. That is yes. Yes. In the scene at the end when after he's been gone for several months and he comes back to fight the Rhino at the end and the cops are looking up and they're smiling and everything and they're all the town's cheering him on yes, this is our hero, this is our great protector. And that scene, that fucking ending with the trumpets and the big booming music and just the giant spider logo, it's yes, this is amazing. I love it.
Yeah,
And
Hans Zimmer's music's awesome.
yeah, and it just really that whole tone and just the mood of the city accepting him as their protector, but also him, because in this movie Gwen Stacy dies, which I think the way they did that was wonderful. I think I think it was bold that they took on that storyline, and just Peter coming into the role of his love of this city, of his home. It's just it's so good. I mean, I can go on forever about this movie. I fucking love this movie. I mean, the only flaw it really has is it doesn't so much have too many villains, but the problem is the villains were marketed wrong. The Rhino is only in the very last minute of the movie, but he's on the Blu-ray cover, he's on the poster. There was a whole bunch of press about Paul Giamatti being in the movie as the Rhino.
Yeah,
I get that they were trying to save him for the next movie, which is fine, but he was definitely over marketed. But I mean, yeah, just anytime growing up I ever thought of a Spider-Man movie, I thought of this movie. And I mean, ever since this movie came out, I've gotten so much shit for having that belief and having those thoughts and feelings on this movie. If there are Spider-Man movies that you prefer more than this, I get that, but I have not yet once, in my opinion, been given a acceptable argument for why it's a bad movie. Every time somebody tries to tell me it's a bad movie, I'm always like, why? And all I ever get is essentially because I said so. The most coherent argument I ever got against it was somebody tried to tell me they didn't like it because everything in the Amazing Spider-Man movies comes from Oscorp, and it makes the world feel small. I'm like, well, one, it all takes place in one city, so yeah, it's kind of small by nature. And then two, your complaint is everything comes from Oscorp. Oh yeah, that'd be really stupid, wouldn't it, if all of our technology came from Google, Windows, and Apple, wouldn't it?
It's true.
So even that, like the most coherent argument I've ever heard, isn't even a good one in my opinion. So yeah, in my opinion, it's not only my favorite Spider-Man movie. In my opinion, it's the best one still to this day. I'm putting it at an A, and I am ready to get roasted. So, Blake, go ahead.
So I was absolutely ready to shit on this movie.
I will now.
Your dad shit on this movie, and I shit on you.
I'm ever gonna get to fucking talk for a whole minute straight this whole goddamn night.
All right, go ahead.
So
Gilder.
I fucking hate you.
The Blade.
I don't interrupt you guys that much.
I'm sorry.
Your father pierced me. I mean,
it's got to happen to somebody.
and that person just happens to be Blake 97% of the time.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, go on.
Heavy is the Gilder that is bewildered.
The goblin. I can't even do it anymore. Okay, go, Blake. Go.
I'm something of a Gilder myself.
Oh my God.
Did he leave?
What did they go?
He left.
He left. He fucking left.
He left.
He did?
He left.
What a dick.
What a dick. Come on, just fucking take it for another hour.
He'll come back.
He straight up. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, Jesus.
We're sorry. Go.
Okay, all right. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't mind people interjecting, but you have to make a point. Anyway, so okay, no.
Dick.
The thing happened again. I need someone else to go first. Somebody else go.
All right,
I'll do it.
Trevor, go.
All right. So Donnie, I feel like the second time I saw this, I was, what the fuck was that?
I think did he just yawn at what you were saying?
Was he yawning? Is that what that was?
I couldn't tell if he was yawning or if he was aroused.
He left his mic running or something. I don't know.
I think he was doing the Brad thing.
But no, I think Donnie, the second time I saw this, I was in the same boat as you. I thought this was probably the best we've ever seen Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. My opinion since then and like revisiting this movie has changed. Just certain little things about it really bug me, and those little things just kind of stack up. So let me talk about the good first, though. It sounds silly, but I absolutely love the color grading in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the most vivid and like it just pops so well that we've like ever seen Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Just the colors, the reds and the blues, they're just amazing. Like there's so much daytime fights. I love it. This is probably my favorite Spider-Man suit in any movie ever. Mm-hmm. I am a sucker for when Spider-Man suit has really small eyes or really big eyes, and they go the big route with this one. I like that it has the black webbing, because the Raimi movies, they kind of stuck with silver. Just that is what I picture as the perfect movie suit for Spider-Man, which is ironic with how abstract they took it in the movie prior. Mm-hmm. In this movie, he has literally the perfect suit. Mm-hmm. What else here? I do like. There's a lot I like about Electro. I like that version of Electro, the more kind of ultimate take on him.
He just looks cooler.
He just looks cool compared to the goofy jester looking Electro.
Yeah.
But And yeah, a lot of people are bothered by like his backstory and whatnot. It didn't affect me that much. He's just a Spider-Man fanboy after he's rescued, and it's kind of goes south. I
And it's
mean,
like
what's there to say?
maybe it was a little before its time in that respect because I feel like that would be like a
Mhm.
great storyline today, like a super fan going nuts.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it did its job. Um, yeah, and I like the little inclusion of Rhino at the end. Although, yes, the marketing that's more marketing than anything, but they really made you think he was more of a central character.
Yeah.
So I don't like that happened. But you can't blame that on the movie itself. I mean,
Right.
but let me go ahead and shift over to the bad. Oh, before I do, yes, I do like that version of the Gwen Stacy death, and I like how they did it.
Yeah.
Like
I like that it kind of happened in a way that the whole audience probably gasped and was like, "Did that actually just happen?"
Oh yeah, I remember
Like
we
there's no
all
slow-mo, it's not dramatic.
like
But
we all saw this in theaters together, and I remember
yeah,
during that last act, like all the oxygen left the theater.
yeah. And I mean, they do a great job of making it like he was that fucking close.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
he could have saved her. Like it made you honestly put yourself in his shoes, whether you wanted to or not.
Yeah.
Like he was that fucking close.
Yeah.
Um,
I love when he shoots the webbing to catch her, and like it almost looks like a hand coming out. The creature.
nice.
That was
I
cool.
thought that was a bit heavy-handed.
I,
I thought that was like beating you over the head with it.
I thought that was kind of cool,
No.
artistically.
But let me go ahead and shift over to what I have started not liking since first seeing this. Basically, any scene involving Peter Parker and one other person feels really fucking awkward in this movie. It feels like they're almost like improvising, like they did not write what was supposed to be happening. I'm specifically referring to like when he's with just Gwen or when he's with just Harry. It just feels fucking weird.
I think they did
Gwen,
improv a lot of that.
well, the Gwen ones I know because they were dating at the time and they just kind of riffed. But those ones aren't that bad. It just feels like a little too, I don't know, like it doesn't go anywhere. It's like, okay, what are you trying to say? The fucking scenes where he's hanging out with Harry though just feel really fucking weird. Like where they're at like the harbor and like Andrew Garfield does that silly ass flip over the railing. Like what are they doing? And they're just like kind of chilling there and it's like the scene just kind of like meanders too long. I don't know. But it I don't like this movie's version of Norman. Like
He's barely in it.
he's barely in it, but it seemed like they were trying to set him up for much more. And I was like, I don't see this being some iconic character if this franchise keeps going like this. And
I think they
really
were
don't.
gonna. I think they were gonna do more, but they cut it out because there's
Yeah,
there's a line from the trailer, and then there's apparently I remember they didn't show it, but someone like saw it and like described it in like
Mhm.
a tabloid thing because like there's a line in the trailer where like you hear what's the actor's name who plays Norman Blake?
It's the grandma from Always Sunny.
Chris,
Yeah, yeah. he looks like her. Yeah,
he looks like Mac's mom.
yeah. He looks like
yeah,
Max.
yeah.
Mom.
Chris Cooper.
Yeah, that's
Chris
what
Cooper.
I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, Chris Cooper. Like, there's a line in the trailer where, like, you don't see him. Like, I think it's just a
Yeah.
shot of Spider-Man, and he says, like, "We have plans for you, Spider-Man," or something.
Yeah.
That line's not in the movie. And apparently, there was a scene where, like, when you're like when they're down in the lab and you see like all the gadgets and the armor for like the Sinister Six and like where Harry gets his Goblin glider. Apparently, there was a thing in there in the middle.
His
Like
fucking head.
yeah, like there was a fake like Chris Cooper head in like a tube.
Like what?
And like
why?
I guess like I'm guessing like maybe he was gonna be like they were gonna have him be like the mastermind, and like he was like manipulating Harry, but instead of it being a hallucination, like it's actually him in his head in a fucking jar. I don't know.
That's, I don't know.
But then they cut that out.
I feel like there was some pivot partway through this movie where like, a lot of shit got changed and it did not play out properly. But yeah, like don't get me wrong, Chris Cooper can play a fun villain if you've ever seen the Muppet movie.
He's
like,
a good actor.
But like it just felt like they didn't give him much to work with in this. And really, as someone who was being set up to be a much bigger threat, I didn't see it.
He wanted Harry. He wanted Harry just to make a goddamn quesadilla.
Yeah.
What's that a reference to?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
Oh, his grandma
and Mac's mom are the same actress. Yeah.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, how's it feel, motherfucker?
It's only happened to me once, so.
Fucking liberals and their goddamn cats.
Shut the fuck up. I thought the Osborne curse was a stupid fucking plot device.
The whole sickness thing.
Yeah, like they just randomly get sick at a certain age. Okay.
So I was kind of wondering, like, is it the spider serum that makes them goblin-like, or is it the sickness?
It's
what is it that makes you goblin-esque?
It's a side effect to the spider venom.
Okay.
Because the spider venom is incomplete without Parker DNA. That's why Peter got powers when the spider bit him, whereas anybody else probably gets like super fucking sick and all kinds of other stuff happens to them.
You get green and your nails grow long.
It's basically both, because it's their sickness reacting to the venom in the spider.
The doctor goes, I don't know how to tell you this. You've become goblin-esque. I'm sorry.
Truly, he was a green goblin.
Speaking of Parker DNA, though, I really don't like the side plot involving his parents.
You see, I feel like this movie handled Peter's parents better than the fucking comics did.
I suppose, but maybe it's because of the comics, but I don't know if I can speak for anyone else here. I have never given a fuck about his parents. Like, I don't care. They're spies. Like, in the Marvel universe, there's so much bigger things to care about. Like, I don't find them interesting.
Well, that's the thing. Like
I'm too invested in his aunt and uncle when the parents have barely been mentioned to care.
Well, that's the thing. Like with the comics, they were kind of shoehorned in, and it's like, oh, by the way, they've been missing because they're spies. It's like, okay, I guess. But like this movie, from the first movie, sets you up like, hey, his parents were a part of his life. Now they're gone. So you just kind of have that natural curiosity. Well, what happened to them? And it's just like, I think it works into the mythos for this movie much better than the comics did it.
It may, but at the same time, I don't like the idea that Peter Parker is this supposed chosen one from the get-go.
I mean, that's kind of
like that he was destined to fall into this.
I don't know. Like normally, I don't like chosen one plot threads either, but like I feel like it's better here because it's not so heavy-handed and not so explicitly stated, and there's still a lot of chance involved with it.
That's fair.
And also, I just feel like because each Spider-Man franchise kind of has like a different theme to it, and I always felt like the theme of the Andrew Garfield movies was destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like one or two other points, and then I'm done with this one. But
okay.
I don't have much to say on Electro. I was fine with him. He was a pretty okay main villain. But similar to my Kurt Connors argument earlier, I don't think you can introduce Harry and have him become a villain in the same movie. I don't think that's a good idea. Especially when you already had one movie where he wasn't even mentioned. And God, what a fucking mess that transformation was.
What you made me do?
I hated how he looked.
Spider-Man!
Don't get me wrong, I like that he had a gilder, but
the blade that pierced his gilder.
The blade that pierced his gilder.
Came from his own body.
I love
just-
your Gilder.
I
loved your
Yeah.
father.
I loved your
Donnie,
father's Gilder.
If you don't put Gilder somewhere in the title of this episode, I'm going to be really bummed out.
Yeah.
It's got to be like Charlie Sheen's or Uncle Ben's Gilder has AIDS.
Father's
Fuck.
Gilder. That's
What?
the episode. The episode is named Father's Gilder.
I mean, I was gonna call it. I was gonna call it Aunt May's meatloaf, but whatever.
Yeah.
Aunt May's Gilder.
His Gilder.
Sins of the Gilder, Chapter 7, Part 6.
Sins of the Gilder, Aunt May's Meatloaf.
Yep.
Aunt May's Gilder loaf.
And
Okay, we're
Jesus
done here.
Christ.
Anyways,
Someone's tired. Yeah, but I fucking hate whatever. Did they even actually give him a name? Like what was he Green Goblin? Was that what I was supposed to get out of it with Harry?
I mean, they don't say it in the movie, but I think that's what he was supposed to be.
I
What
hate
else
the
would he
way
have been?
Yeah.
Yeah.
he would have
Well,
been New Goblin without there being an old Goblin.
Well, I think what they were trying to do, they were trying to make Harry the main villain instead of Norman. Like they were trying to do something different from the last movies. So they're
Yeah.
like, well, we'll just skip over Norman and go straight to Harry.
Well, what I say to that is establish Harry in the first one then, because it felt like too much to introduce him, have him become the villain, and kill Gwen Stacy in the same movie. It was too convoluted. But I mean that's my primary piece there.
I think it could have worked better, like if he became the Green Goblin a little more soon in the movie.
Yeah, because the where it is there, it just kind of feels out of left field a little bit.
Because as far as the villains go, I'll get to when it's my turn. But I have a thing about the villains.
The note I'll leave on though, a lot of people give a lot of the imagery for Electro shit, like the stuff he does once he gets like really powerful and things.
Mm-hmm.
I was fine with it from a stylistic standpoint.
I'm gonna light my candles.
Yeah, well, no, I mean more like him bouncing around on the coils and it making like dubstep music.
Mm-hmm.
It's not dubstep. Not everything that's electronic is dubstep. He makes Itsy Bitsy Spider for like a split second. Chill out.
Yeah.
But I do love him making his face appear giant on that sign. I think that's a really cool shot.
Mm-hmm.
Right before the big final fight. That's cool. But yeah, I mean, they had a lot of fun with Electro, so more power to him.
Yeah.
And if I got to give it a letter grade, I don't know. There are things I really like about this, so I'd probably put it at a C.
Another
Why
thing,
did you make a Brad sound to that?
because I'm sad.
Oh.
Another thing I forgot to mention that I really like about this, in my opinion.
Oh
Amazing-
God, we get it.
Oh, fuck off. If you don't like it, you could just leave the call.
Yeah, Blake.
Like Blake.
Just one more quick point I had was I feel like Amazing Spider-Man 2 has the best Aunt May moment when she's, when she sees that he's like been obsessing over his dad and everything. She's just like freaking out, like, he abandoned you, and she makes the speech about how you're my boy. Like I always love that scene.
Top 15 Aunt May moments. Number 15, the iconic egg scene in Amazing Spider-Man 1.
What YouTube channel's that again?
That's fucking chills.
That's right. You sound just like it when you do.
Thanks. The iconic egg scene.
All right, Blake, go ahead.
So leading up to this movie back in 2014, I was ready to just take a big old hot shit on it. I was truly ready to like make you suffer and upset you and hurt your feelings. And
I remember.
You specifically got Arby's before we went to this.
yeah. I mean, I was.
He got a deluxe beef and cheddar before the movie.
I was
Nothing better.
I was baking a loaf in the oven and it was sourdough. But
Jesus.
But and yeah, I was ready to be the author of all your pain, Donnie.
Oh, I
And
remember.
It was me.
and it's just like honestly though, like the trailers for this leading up to it were not that good. They weren't the worst I've ever seen. But there was just something like I was
The
just
marketing really hurt this movie.
yeah,
It did.
I was just roasting the shit out of this. And then you would always get me back by being like, well, at least, The Amazing Spider-Man actually got a sequel, and Man of Steel, they had to bring in Batman. And I'm like, oh, fuck you. But
True.
so we see it, at the Thursday night. It was the Thursday night, right? I'm not misremembering that.
I
I
believe
think
so.
so, yeah. Was it a midnight release?
No,
they
didn't.
They had stopped that by then, yeah.
They had stopped that, but after, with all due respect, after The Dark Knight Rises, they had stopped the whole midnight thing. Even though it's like there's no fucking time zone when evil can occur.
Yeah.
Like I don't get the thinking there.
It was the witching hour, man.
I think that was a quote on one of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 posters.
There's no time zone when evil can occur.
There's no such thing as an hour where evil can't occur.
Yeah.
Turn off the dark.
So Jesus Christ.
Blake, I just saw that picture. Thank God.
What, Gilder?
Yeah, Gilder.
Yeah. So anyway, so we see it. Okay. Somebody was walking by my house and I didn't like them. Anyway.
What? It's fucking quarter after midnight.
Well, okay. I mean,
It's
but
a quarter
anyway,
after tomorrow.
it's
Go ahead.
That's the name of the next Bond movie.
I'm gonna pout until everyone gives me special treatment.
What?
Anyway, so we see The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I liked it a great deal more than the first. Like it was, and here's the thing, like everybody else says the opposite. Everybody else says this one is worse than The Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
And like on Rotten Tomatoes, all over YouTube, IMDb, Metacritic, like they always put this one below the previous one.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Huh?
There's a reason for that.
Why? What's the reason?
People who were upset that Spider-Man wasn't in the MCU.
Oh, that got dumb too. That got dumb.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, you give it back to Marvel." It's like, okay, but what opinion of substance do you actually have on this as a film?
Yeah.
I think they tried to put Andrew Garfield in the MCU at one point too.
Well, then, like, that's not an excuse to
No,
give.
that was normal Garfield.
Yeah.
What?
What?
Anyway, but that's not an excuse to give a bad review. It's just like, oh, he's not in the Avengers. It's like, okay, but like, why don't you review the movie itself?
Yeah.
But anyway.
Captain America wasn't in it. D-.
Yeah, but no, the MCU fucking spoiled people. But made them brat. Anyway, I liked this one more. I thought it was and like Andrew Garfield is better in this movie. Like he finally found his groove. He found his rhythm. Like he was, and like his chemistry with Emma Stone was just as good, if not better. And to your point, Donnie, about the Sally Field scene, you're my boy. No, I took care of you. I raised you. You're mine. I thought that was pretty good. I still think it doesn't even come close to holding a candle to the scene in Spider-Man 2 with, when she's, doing the yard sale or whatever. But
holding out for a hero.
And honestly, like Jamie Foxx's Electro, like other than the fact that like his whole origin is basically a remake of Jim Carrey as the Riddler in Batman Forever.
I was gonna say that.
He's okay. I don't mind him. Like whatever, but like he does suffer from the exact same, like this movie actually has more in common with Spider-Man 3 than people want to admit, because like once again it does the whole 3 villain thing, even though like the Rhino is basically like a prologue and an epilogue. And Electro
feels like the Sandman in 3.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Like honestly, like why the same thing happened where it's like remove the Sandman so you can focus on Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin. I would say do the same thing for this movie. Like remove Electro so you can do Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know. It's just I feel like Harry should have been there in the first movie. It's just weird that it's like, oh, my best friend's back, and you're supposed to like just assume all this history and chemistry, even though like you're just seeing them together for the first time. And it's like, okay, well, I guess for the sake of the runtime, we just have to take your word for it. But I like Dane DeHaan. I mean, I like him. I think he's very underrated. If they ever make like a legit David Bowie biopic, he'd be perfect.
Yeah.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's true. That's true. My B. But
Might be.
but no, like the scene where he's just like flipping out, like you're a fraud, Spider-Man. Like
I fucking love that.
the way I do it, or just it in general.
Both.
Why? Why?
No,
Why does he
no,
think
and
taking his blood is gonna help him?
well, no, like in the Cosmonaut Variety Hour, to bring that up, when he talks about the amazing movies, he shows that scene, and like it's just you just hear like the Cosmonaut Variety Hour guy, he just fucking busts out fucking laughing, and it's so funny just hearing him laugh over it.
It's not. It's for me. It's not even so much the delivery. It's that he fucking did that under the impression no one was hearing him.
Yeah, and he pushes
with his
like
fucking
a
windows
chair.
open.
He's basically doing his own. He's basically doing the world's greatest freak out when the World of Warcraft account was canceled.
I mean, he was shouting after Spider-Man on his way out of the window.
Is this what you want? You want me to hate my life? I hate my life. Spider-Man sees him sticking his remote control up his ass.
But but here's the thing.
Frustration.
Here's the thing, though, and I addressed this to Donnie. Ultimately, when it comes to this movie as a boxing ring, I'm in your corner with you. Like you're the one who's getting like fucking punched and getting a black eye, but I'm there like putting ice on your bruises and cutting your eyes so the blood comes out and like cut me, Mick. But like no, ultimately, I'm in your corner. Like I don't roast you for liking this movie. I'm not against it, but it is a sloppy movie at times. Like it's a little messy. And you know what? When it's not that messy, at the least or at best, it's a little too busy. It's juggling a lot, and it's better than it having nothing to do or not enough to do. But there's just a lot of segments where it's just getting a little too ambitious. It's all over the place. Like, it's trying to solve the mystery of the Osborn curse, and it's just like
Osborn curse.
what about Peter? Not everybody gets to have pepperoni on their pizza.
The curse of the Gilder.
And then
pepperoni Parker.
I remember that video.
It gets to a point where like there's stuff in this movie, and again, Donnie, I don't want you to think I'm being the bully here, but like there's some stuff in this movie that just doesn't make sense. Like the Osborn curse doesn't make sense. Like why does it fucking kill Norman Osborn like when he's already a senior citizen, but then it hits Harry all in 1 week?
That's because Harry hasn't been taking treatment like Norman has.
Well, that fell apart.
He fucking got you.
Okay, but then like the stuff with his parents, and he's trying to solve the mystery of his parents. Y'all keep bringing up the Cosmonaut Variety Hour. Like his best fucking bit was how there's a scene in this movie where it literally felt like they were making shit up as they went along. And I know you can say that screenwriting in theory in general, but like it was getting like Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End levels bad, where it's like Peter gets angry and he throws a fucking calculator at the wall, and these like fucking gold doubloons come out.
Right.
I love when the Cosmo. Yeah, I forgot about that. He's like, these gold doubloons come out.
Like, he finds these gold doubloons in a calculator, and like he goes to the subway, and then he inserts them in like the arcade fucking thing, so the train comes out and opens up, and I'm like, why couldn't he just find a fucking map to
And
an
it was like a connection to like FDR and shit.
Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck is this movie doing?
Gold doubloons.
It was
It's the Goblin Curse of the Black Pearl.
I'm sorry. There's just there's just something funny about the word "doubloons."
Yes. Here's your change.
Wasn't the calculator in like a secret pocket in the bag or something on top of it all?
Yes.
But
His father's secret briefcase.
The Osborne pocket.
But
Oh my God.
he finds these like Chuck E. Cheese tokens in the calculator. he inserts them and but it, like the point is it started like being overwritten. It started like overdeveloping.
It's the definition of plot convenience.
Yeah, but it's just like why couldn't he just happen to find the instructions or the directions to get to an abandoned, office space or something? I didn't get it, but anyway.
Side note, but as silly as that scene is in the subway, I fucking love the song in that scene.
What, where it's like "For You"?
Mm-hmm.
No, not that. No, I'm talking about when the subway car actually comes up out of the ground and whatnot. Like the score there is really fucking good. I really love that song.
No, that was good, and I want to say that like Hans Zimmer's score with Pharrell was like pretty legit. Like I liked it, and especially in the end, the final scene. But no, I thought you were talking about that song where it's like "For You."
No, I fucking hate that song. No, that's where he's in the bedroom. That's where he's in the bedroom and like motivationally fucking putting all the pieces together.
Yeah, and it's like why is
I
it?
don't like that scene.
He's looking for Pepe Sylvia in his room.
Yeah. Yep.
Pennsylvania.
Pepe Sylvia.
And I'm like, why are they using the song from A Dog's Way Home for Peter Parker?
Jesus Christ.
I just love how much I'm making Michael laugh here.
Fucking the balloons.
But anyway.
He's like, my dad was a pirate.
Oh man. Okay. Anyway, people are too hard on this movie. People are almost like fucking grumpy when it comes to this movie. At least we're having fun. At least like we're doing it in the spirit of being funny. But like some people are just like, I instantly hated Dane DeHaan as the Green Goblin. It's like, why? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll just say that like it's sloppy, it's messy, and even when it's not, even when it's not being a mess, it's just a little too busy, and it's just being a little overly written. And I know that's like a weird thing to say, and then this movie commits the sin that movies have been committing for like 20 years now, where for the longest time it's like, oh, this is setting up the rest of the trilogy, or this is setting up the rest of the cinematic universe. Like too much of this movie is devoted to being a big setup, and it's just like it's trying to set up the Sinister Six, which is cool in a way.
That's kind of what I was getting at. It felt like they really heavy-handed that like at some point in production. Like I was saying, like it felt like there was some sort of pivot.
Oh no, that's straight up Alex Kurtzman as a screenwriter, because a few years after this, he literally did the same thing with the Tom Cruise Mummy for the Dark Universe.
Yeah.
No, that's straight up. Like, here's the thing, like, it's not fair to blame a director when they're responsible for other stuff that's good. Like Joel Schumacher, how people give Joel Schumacher shit for Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. Like, Joel Schumacher made great movies. He made The Lost Boys. He made The Phantom of the Opera. He made Mississippi Burning. Like, don't give him shit. But then it's like, when it comes to this, it's like, okay, the evidence is right there, right in front of us. Like, Alex Kurtzman did the screenplay for this movie, and then he did the Dark Universe Mummy movie. Like, there's the pattern, there's the trend. But no, I want to, concede that this movie, while given too much shit as far as the franchise goes, I'm going to give it a C. Even though it has great moments. It has wonderful moments, like the very end. But like, I just wish it was more consistent and it was more focused. So I will leave it at that. But ultimately, Donnie, I just want you to know I'm not against you when it comes to this movie. I'm putting bags of ice on your head after getting boo-boos from the other boxing glove.
I feel like Donnie has since I started talking, Donnie has burned at least 4 cigarettes on his hand.
Well, I think he's trying to find the missing gold balloons in his own room.
Yeah, well, your mom's sloppy and busy. Mike, go ahead.
Nice.
I know you didn't mean that because you would never talk about Mariah that way.
No, I wouldn't. I'm her boy.
Anywho,
Oh, fuck,
well,
we're not even on Tom Holland yet.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Can we, let's try not to ramble too much. I want to go to bed.
Okay.
It's tomorrow.
Okay, I'll
Quarter
keep it
after
short and
tomorrow.
sweet with Amazing too, because I feel like a lot of what I think has already been said. I agree with you guys. Like I definitely think like people are way too hard on this movie. It doesn't deserve the hate it does. I feel like people just kind of hated it because like the Marvel Cinematic Universe was out and this movie was messy and had too many villains, and that was their excuse to write it off. And I think that's why Sony did that. They were kind of in a panic, like they didn't want to give the rights to Spider-Man back. So they're like, well, we need to establish our own cinematic universe. Like we're gonna have more villains. We're gonna do the Sinister Six. We're gonna do like a Venom movie. There's even talks of like a fucking Aunt May movie. Is like I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do there.
Wait, no, if I could just interject real quick.
I gotta find some eggs.
I was literally just fucking reminded today that there's a Morbius film in the can.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I totally forgot about the existence of that movie until today.
yeah.
But aren't you curious who Michael Keaton is playing?
What's up, Doc? But
watch that not even be fucking Adrian Toomes. Like just fucking
that would be so fucking lame.
Watch it be more like, oh, he was Batman, get it?
Yeah. And I think I like Blake said, I think Andrew Garfield actually did get better in this movie. Actually it has one of my favorite Spider-Man like quipper jokes in this movie. I don't know why, I just love the scene where it's kind of like doing a montage through time, and like it's like winter time, and like he's at the convenience store and the guy's like, "Hey, you're that spider guy." And it's Spider-Man and he's sick.
Oh, he's sick?
Yeah.
And he has the toboggan, the vest, and like the scarf over his costume. He's just like
It's funny because you get
I
an
always
outfit.
love that.
You get an outfit really similar to that in the Miles Morales game.
That's cool.
Funny.
I just love that it's just like Spider-Man wearing, because my thing is like wearing that suit, like you'd be freezing your fucking nuts off, and it's just like I just love seeing Spider-Man like winter clothes. He's like Bub's Spider-Man.
Love Spider-Man.
But yeah, like Donnie said, like the look of this movie is really good, and like Trevor said with the coloring, I will say like I think like if you, I know Blake's watched stuff for it. I'm you and like Donnie and Trevor, you've played the Spider-Man games.
Yes.
I think like this movie actually like looks a lot like the Spider-Man game, like aesthetically wise.
You mean the PS4 one?
Yeah, the PS4 one.
Yeah. A lot of it takes place in like the daytime. Yeah.
And even like the looks of
red.
the villains, like they have kind of the same kind of aesthetic look. Like they're kind of like techno-y, like technology based, but like they're still colorful. They're not overly realistic. It's kind of like in the middle. And like like the romance is great. Like I think they handled the death of Gwen Stacy like as good as anybody could. I like the thing how he's like from the first movie, how like his dad like told him he's like leave Gwen out of this, but he couldn't help it because he loved her, and he's kind of haunted by, he keeps seeing like her dad everywhere.
I did forget to mention that I kind of got tired of the Captain Stacy ghost after a while.
I mean, they don't show him too much. It's mainly more in the beginning of the movie.
That's fair. Yeah.
I just love how it's not really a haunting. He's just cock blocking them.
Yeah.
He doesn't look upset. He just looks disappointed.
But isn't that worse?
Yes.
I'm not mad, just disappointed. But and my thing, okay, I'm going to talk about my thing with the villains. Okay, you guys touched on it. So I think a thing that hurts this movie, in my opinion, is Electro. And it's not the way Electro looks. It's not Jamie Foxx. I love Jamie Foxx. He's a great actor. I like the look of Electro. I like the blue, like kind of glowing skin with like a suit over the like green and yellow like lightning bolts. Like it does look a lot better than the original look. I even like the look where he's just like wearing a hoodie, like when he fights him in Times Square. That scene is a good scene. My problem is I I don't think Electro was a strong enough villain to be the main villain. And I feel like they made him a little too silly, like whether if it was on purpose or indirectly. I'm thinking it's more indirectly because he bears too much of a similarity to like the Riddler from Batman Forever. Like you got Jim Carrey, he's like a goofy scientist with messy hair that idolizes Bruce Wayne, and when Bruce Wayne like rejects him, he hates him, and it's the same fucking thing. Like he's a goofy scientist with goofy hair. Like I feel like Jamie Foxx, like he looks like a fucking like Eddie Murphy character before he becomes Electro.
I get what you're saying. Like
He's got the goofy like comb over hair, and like nobody
for
likes him.
how down to earth that series made Peter Parker, suddenly you have this like larger than life character of a nerd.
And this is like it's like beat for beat the same thing because like he has newspaper and magazine articles of Spider-Man in his room or in his lab. And like Edward Nygma Batman Forever has the same fucking thing. He's got fucking magazines of Bruce Wayne like stuck to his wall. Like it's the same. It's literally like there's no way that they did not know that. Like that was. And my thing is like, and don't get me wrong, I like Batman Forever. Like I grew up with that movie, but like of all movies to rip off, you ripped off Batman Forever. And just, I think honestly, I think if you switched here's what they should have done. So the Electro was the main villain. Then the villain, like the secondary villain at the end of the movie was like the Green Goblin, and then the Rhino was kind of the tease for what's to come. What they should have done, I feel like, is they should have made the Green Goblin the primary villain, had the Rhino the secondary villain, like a henchman to the Green Goblin, and maybe have Electro be like either just another side villain or like the tease to come. Because honestly, the best villain in the movie is the Rhino, and he's in the movie the least. Like Paul Giamatti as the Rhino was fucking perfect.
Mm-hmm.
When they even announced that, I was like, I remember saying it to Blake. I was like, that is fucking perfect. And like they even did the Ultimate Rhino where it's like a guy in a mech suit, which is more believable. And like I love how the Rhino looks in this movie. I love that like he's like a fucking tank. He could even run on all fours like a rhino, and like he's got the Gatling guns, and like Spider-Man's like deflecting missiles. Like that's great.
And back to what Donnie was saying about how when people complain about this movie, like they never make any sense. It's usually stupid. One of the legit complaints I heard was the Rhino. This version of the Rhino was dumb because why didn't they do the mutant Rhino? And I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's always been a guy in a suit, but like
Yeah.
it's just like the original Rhino's like it's a guy in a suit with like superpowers, kind of like the Scorpion. But like
Yeah.
the Ultimate Rhino, it's like a mech suit or like just like a vehicle.
The person fucking mixed up Juggernaut and Rhino.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, but that's the thing. And what really hurt this movie was the advertisement. The trailers show all the good fucking scenes in the trailer. They literally show the ending of the fucking movie in the trailer, which that was a big no-no. Like the advertisement really hurt this movie because a lot of movie reviewers I watch that watch this movie, they're like, they watch the trailer and then they watch the movie and they're like, well, I saw the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like, and that was a big thing that hurt this movie was the advertising. Like advertisement can really hurt a movie. And like they shouldn't have had the Rhino in it. Like if they didn't have the Rhino, because the Rhino's not in a lot. Like if they didn't have the Rhino in any of the advertisement, any of the marketing, and we would just saw that tease, like that would be like cool.
Right.
But since we knew it was coming, he should have had a bigger role. And I think they threw him in there because they panicked and they're like, oh well, he's like probably the best villain in the movie, so we got to show him in the advertisement. Because me personally, I think Paul Giamatti as the Rhino is the best villain in the movie because he's just. I don't know. Like I thought he was perfect. Dane DeHaan is the Green Goblin. I think Dane DeHaan could have done better if they would have gave him a little more. Um, his design, like, I was fine with, like, I like the glider and the armor, but like, if you're gonna like have him turn into like a sick goblin dude, like I feel like they just needed to crank it up a little bit more. Like maybe do like the ultimate Green Goblin, like where he's got pointy ears and his face is all green. But he looks like, I don't know, like he looks like a dude with like cancer like flying around. I don't know. Like I feel like they only went halfway. It's like you go all the way. Like have him turn it, like when he injected like the spider serum into him, he should have like just turned into a full like on goblin dude. But other than that I thought he was fine. But yeah, I honestly like in Spider-Man tier, like I would put this at a C. Like I think it's right in the middle. I think it's an enjoyable, fun movie. It has some problems. It's a little messy, but like people are way too hard on it.
All right, next one, Homecoming. Gonna keep it short and sweet. I mean, I like Homecoming. It's a good, solid movie. I mean, we get the most balanced actor in terms of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Homecoming is the only time where I was okay with Spider-Man having mechanical web shooters. To me, I've always preferred when Spider-Man is able to make his own webbing. It just makes more sense to me and also simplifies things. Like in the Amazing Spider-Man 1, when he's making his web shooters and everything, and like Oscorp is like, who's this Spider-Man guy? It's like, I don't know, maybe we should see who's buying all this like material for synthetic webbing.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And it's just like, you know, in all the other forms of media when he makes his own web shooters, it's like Peter Parker's usually poor. How is he getting the money to make this shit? But I like how in Homecoming, like there's that scene where he loses the suit that Tony Stark gave him, and he like lifts up the lockers in the high school, and he's been stealing shit from the science lab to make his webbing. Like just that little bit right there, I loved that so much. I also loved how they inserted Spider-Man into the MCU, having him as like a protege of Tony Stark, because you know it basically like the idea of, you know, oh, I want it to be like you guys. Well, we wanted you to be better than us. I mean, it's just an all around solid movie. I put it on par with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 1. I'm gonna put it at a C. Just an all around fun, good movie, and a great first entry. Blake.
So this, for the sake of time, this shouldn't be too hard, because I really don't have as much to say about the Tom Holland movies as I do the other films. I think a lot of people, they just love Tom Holland as much as they did. And not saying it's, and not to do the Tate Griffin cop out, like I'm not saying it's anybody I'm talking to right now, but I feel like a lot of people, when they say they love Tom Holland as much as they do, I feel like it's just a bias because he's the one who's in the MCU. Like, do you actually love him, or do you just favor him because he's the one who gets to have screen time with Iron Man and Captain America?
Yeah.
But I think he's okay. I think he's fine. I didn't realize this until Kevin Smith pointed it out. He's the only Spider-Man actor that actually attempts to do a Queen's accent. Because Andrew Garfield, he's just doing a generic New Yorker accent at times.
He was doing something.
Which he drops, like it comes and goes, but like no, like Tom Holland, like he legit does a Queen's accent apparently. And then you know, and I guess these are just thoughts for the two movies combined, you know, but like I don't like this Flash Thompson. I think it's dumb. I like him, and I like that guy. I like that actor. He's great in the Grand Budapest Hotel. But I just don't buy that. Like honestly, like why does Tom Holland like not tell this kid to fuck off at any point? Like I can't imagine anyone taking shit from this guy. But
Right.
and then Zendaya as MJ. I like Zendaya. I think she's better in the second movie than the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
In the first movie, like I don't understand her. Like what's her thing? Like is she like the basket case from the Breakfast Club, or is she like?
I feel like that's what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay, like she's just kind of there, and she's weird because she's weird, and that's just it. But
She looks dirty all the time too.
well, like as in like she doesn't wash her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like she doesn't do her laundry as often as she should.
Yeah. But like no, I like her as an actress. I hear she's great in Euphoria. I liked her in The Greatest Showman. No, when like people complain about her being in this movie at all, like that was they were legit being fucking racist. But whatever.
Well, the only thing I'll add to that is they wouldn't quit beating around the bush if she was Mary Jane or not. They were like being really coy and weird about it.
Yeah, do we
Like,
know
just
her
did-
full name yet?
It was Michelle.
Michelle.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like they just weren't being upfront. Is she fucking the Mary Jane stand-in or not? Like,
Yeah.
and I think
guess.
that frustrated people.
Or is it coincidental? Yeah. Like
Like,
I think
is she a red herring or is she the Mary Jane stand-in? Like, what is it?
is she a red herring?
red herring.
Red hair. Yeah, I see what you did there. But yeah, no, they couldn't decide if they were doing the thing with Joseph Gordon-Levitt where it's like, I like your name, Robin. It's just like,
Yeah,
okay. Like,
it's literally the same fucking thing.
but
It's like they wanted to do a new character, but then they didn't.
Yeah.
But and then Marissa Tomei as Aunt May, like more like Aunt Bay, like.
I love how Marissa Tomei's Aunt May is like she kind of has like an older sister vibe to her.
Uncle Ben should be Joe Pesci.
That'd be
Because of my cousin Vinny.
Like
that would actually be awesome.
Like that scene when she's helping them get ready for prom and everything. It's like you could tell she wanted him to get into mischief, but she would still like give him shit if he got home after 10.
Yeah. But yeah, and then Michael Keaton is the Vulture. And I'll get into what I think about, the Holland villains well, I'll just fucking say it now because, but anyway, the Holland villains, it's the same thing where it's like both times it's someone who's screwed over by Tony Stark. And, and the Holland, I guess the duo, soon to be a trilogy of films. You said, Donnie, the theme of Andrew Garfield's series or timeline is destiny. And then I would say like Tobey Maguire was responsibility. And then Tom Holland is obviously legacy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it goes responsibility, destiny, legacy. And that plays out for better and for worse because there are a lot of moments in the Holland timeline where he's just Iron Man Jr. And it's like, whatever. But other than that, like, yeah, Michael Keaton is the Vulture. He's okay. He's all right. I don't like what they did with the Shocker in this movie. They just make him a throwaway, which I actually like the Shocker. I know you're not, too into him, Donnie. You prefer Electro as far as, those kind of villains. But, so yeah. So I'm gonna put it at a C. I'm gonna give it a C. It's just I enjoyed it when I saw it, but I just didn't have, I couldn't really get into it much more than that. It's weird how until this year we have seen Tom Holland as Spider-Man every year since 2016.
Yeah.
Civil War, Homecoming, Infinity War, and then Endgame and Far From Home. Like we've seen him every single summer for the past few years. And honestly, like he just hasn't done that much that stuck with me. And that's kind of weird, being how like I've been seeing him again every like 10 to 12 months, and then it's just whatever. But yeah, I'll let somebody else go now.
Go ahead, Mike.
So I feel like my opinion of like the Holland movies is kind of like, I feel like how Donnie feels about Amazing 2, but the opposite. Like, I feel like I'm like, I will die on this hill because everybody loves this. I like Tom Holland. Like, I think he's a decent Spider-Man. And I think he's a good Spider-Man and a good Peter Parker, but I don't think he's like what is this? A jack of all trades but a master at none. Like he's not the best at either one of them, but he's good at both. But it's just I don't I'm not. I've watched Homecoming, and like I'm not feeling it. Like I don't think it's a bad movie, but it's not. I feel like an old person. It's like it's not my Spider-Man. But it's and to me like he doesn't even feel like Spider-Man. Like I know like actuality like he's closer to the age of actual Spider-Man, but he feels like Spider Kid. And like Blake said, like I call him all the time Iron Man Jr. I feel like a lot of the dialogue like with his friends and stuff like that, like I guess it's because it's the MCU and it's Disney, but like it feels too kid friendly. Like I feel like they should be in like the 6th grade or something. Like they're like middle schoolers. Like I feel
Yeah,
like
they feel like middle schoolers more than high schoolers. Yeah.
yeah, and like they just it's very PG. Like it's only PG-13 because of the action. And I don't know. I feel like they like and the MCU's all the whole MCU's guilty of this. They bank on a lot of the jokes. And don't get me wrong, like I like Spider-Man to be jokey and funny, but I always saw Spider-Man as a funny character in a serious story. Like the other Spider-Man stories and the Spider-Man stories I always loved had this sense of like gravitas and importance and this kind of like sense of danger. And I just like I told Blake, for instance, like the original, like I mean, minus Spider-Man 3, but like the original like Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire, like they end with these booming like scenes where Spider-Man's swinging and you have the score going and it's all epic and it's serious. And then like even the Amazing movies, like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 ends with this like crazy like battle scene with the Rhino and the music picks up with Hans Zimmer. And just like fucking Spider-Man Homecoming ends with literally with Aunt May going, "What the fuck?" and then it cuts away and like they don't even create their own score. They just do a remix of the old Spider-Man song, which to me is fucking lazy.
Yeah, no. Michael Giacchino's score for these films are just very uninspired.
And the MCU is guilty of that. Like besides the Avengers theme, like their music sucks. But that's all.
There's actually a really good YouTube video being like, as great and iconic as it ended up being, the Marvel Cinematic Universe didn't have very iconic scores.
Yeah, it's like other than the Avengers theme, like they don't have anything. And I just yeah, like Blake said, like these movies, like and then going into the second movie too, like these movies revolve way too much around Iron Man to the point where like it gets on my nerves. I hate it. I hate that Spider-Man is Iron Man Jr. The whole point of Spider-Man is that he was out on his own. Like he was a kid, he was a teenager. He learned all this on his own. It's like, yeah, his Uncle Ben taught him with great power comes great responsibility, but it didn't really set in with him until after he was gone, after his uncle died and he was, and he couldn't tell anybody, so he was out on his own. I don't like that, like, he has like these, like, he has all these resources from Tony and that, like, he's hanging out with Happy Hogan. And I don't like it. I don't like that Tony took the place of Uncle Ben. I also don't like that they don't even mention Uncle Ben. Like I know like people say like, well, we've heard about Uncle Ben like a million fucking times, but it's like, okay, it's like, but you gotta mention it. Like that's what makes him Spider-Man. Like
No one's
Here's
asking for a whole new
you,
origin. Just mention
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. And it's like, and you don't have to show him get bit by the spider, but like, it's like you at least mention him.
here's my counterpoint to the Uncle Ben thing though, because the thing is, what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man isn't necessarily Uncle Ben, it's Spider-Man's sense of responsibility. And yes, the sense of responsibility has, like, Uncle Ben has been the avatar for that, typically. But here's the thing, that quote, with great power comes great responsibility, that originally was not said by Uncle Ben in the comic. That was said by the narrator. That was never said by Uncle Ben. So my counterpoint is that as long as Peter is learning his sense of responsibility, it doesn't necessarily have to be from Uncle Ben. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if he was mentioned, but ultimately, I feel like Homecoming still teaches him his sense of responsibility and how, like you said, he gets all that stuff from Tony and everything, and it kind of goes to his head a little bit. So Tony takes it away, and he kind of has to, he has to fight the bad guy with shit he stole from school.
Yeah, it's
And
one of the, it's just
what
one of
they,
those
oh, go
things.
ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, but like it's one of those things. Like, okay, so when Tony finds him in Civil War, it's like, well, why was Peter like being a superhero before that? He had to have been a superhero before that because that's how Tony found him and noticed him. It's like, well, what made him be a hero then besides that he just got powers? Like,
Well, and they had that line, Tom Holland delivers that line in Civil War. And I know we're not reviewing Civil War right now, but it's like he says, I learned that when you have the ability to stop something, or when you have the power to stop something, everything that happens after that is your fault. Like, ever since Tobey Maguire ended, they've been trying to figure out a new way to say, with great power comes great
yeah,
responsibility.
they
And
they avoid it like the plague.
they avoid it, but then they try to say it, and then. But honestly, Mike, like what clearly happened is they made Tony Stark the new Uncle Ben,
And
and I know,
I don't
yeah,
like that.
they basically made Tony Stark the new Uncle Ben.
I do not like that. My thing is like I don't know if it's just I'm just too used to in the comics where like they're more of just like friends. I mean, I don't have a problem with him having like another kind of father figure, but the thing is like even after he's dead, like they're still going on about him. Like it's like Mysterio, like because Tony Stark called Mysterio's invention barf, like he's a supervillain. Like I I don't know. And then that's the
You're
thing.
oversimplifying that, but I'll get into that when we get to Far From Home.
But and don't get me wrong, but the thing is like the villains are good. I just don't like that it all revolves around Tony Stark. It's all like he's just fighting Tony Stark's villains in a way. That's what they feel like. They feel like they should be Iron Man's villains. And I don't know. I feel like Spider-Man, like it's great to have Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but they're not letting him stand on his own. They're it's just Iron Man, it's just Iron Man Jr. and I don't like that.
And it's kind of funny how Michael Keaton is the Vulture and and I don't mean to do a fast forward, but Michael Keaton as the Vulture and Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio are better villains than all the villains in the Iron Man trilogy. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
funny to me.
Yeah, well yeah, it's like but then they just turn them into Iron Man villains. It's like I don't know. And I feel like these movies are too safe. I feel like they really play it safe. Like the only time in these movies where I felt like Tom Holland was in any danger is when he was trapped under the rubble. That was a good scene. I'll give it that. That was a pretty good scene. But I feel like it's too cheery, it's too happy-go-lucky, it's too kid-friendly. I don't know. So I would honestly put this movie at a D.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I know I'm in the minority because like people love this fucking movie. Honestly, the best thing about this movie for me is Michael Keaton as the Vulture because like Alfred Molina, like they made the Vulture cool.
All right, Trevor?
Yeah, it is a D.
So yeah, like you guys, I don't have a whole lot to say about this movie. My verdict for why the Tony Stark stuff is so heavy-handed, which I completely agree it is. It's too much at a point, especially in Far From Home, I feel. But I really feel like they were making up for lost time, and that's how that all kind of came to be. They wanted to quickly inject him into the universe, and we'll just make him Iron Man Jr. to accomplish that, as silly as that kind of feels. Yeah, I'm okay with Tony Stark being there. I'm cool with Iron Man showing up in the big final scene, but like it's just beyond that. It was too heavy-handed. He's like hitting on Aunt May. I don't know. Like he was there too much.
And the thing I forgot, he's even on the poster.
Right. Yeah.
Like
He's on the poster flying.
That really
was
got
that
on my nerves.
was that scene of him flying alongside him even in the movie? I don't think it was it?
No, it wasn't.
No, the closest thing is when Spider-Man's like holding the ship together from falling apart, and then Iron Man
Right.
shows up because it's like during the
Well,
day.
there you go. They made a fucking scene that they used for the trailers that like just even made it more even heavy-handed than the actual movie did. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, Spider-Man swinging with Iron Man beside him. They were trying to make up for lost time, I feel like, and they went about it the wrong way. but I love that Peter Parker kind of had a friend group for once,
Yeah.
and I loved it. It sounds silly, but I love how diverse they are because it's fucking New York City.
Yeah.
Like I I don't believe like in the old Raimi movies that like you had Tobey Maguire, Peter Parker, Mary Jane Watson, Harry Osborn. Like I don't believe like they were like the only friend group. I don't know. Like I like how diverse they made things in these movies because it felt more realistic for that environment.
Mm-hmm.
I like that he had a best friend that wasn't Harry Osborn.
Yeah.
Like what's his
Yeah,
name?
I feel like
Ned, right?
Ned.
Yeah, Ned's cool.
Wasn't Ned originally like Miles' friend in the comic?
No, in the comic, Ned Leeds becomes the Hobgoblin.
That's right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would be-
Miles has a very similar looking and archetypal friend. If he's who they use in the game, I think his name's Genki.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Genki.
they're very similar characters, but yeah, but no, I love that friend group. I don't like that interpretation of Flash, like you guys have brought up, but they could have made that character anyone, and it would have been fine. But to give him that Flash name, it kind of comes off as like a one-off joke that they just like hit the ground running with, which is kind of silly. Like they hype you up for Flash, and then it's like this scrawny kid that you wouldn't expect to be Flash. I don't know. I really like the Vulture in this. I like that we finally had Spider-Man's first iconic villain in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was his first powered villain, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
His first
so
villain was the chameleon, but he doesn't have powers.
Right.
Right, he was his first like high tech like villain that actually gave him a run for his money.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that we finally saw him, and I don't know, and I don't like that he's so tied into Tony Stark's history, but I like that he is so tied into the cinematic universe.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that we got that flashback to like the debris from the Battle of New York.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was cool, but tying him into Tony Stark directly was a little unnecessary. But yeah, I just love the Adrian Toomes character. I love that whole fucking exchange where Peter's taking his daughter to the prom or homecoming or whatever, and you don't expect it.
That was
Yeah,
a cool.
that was great.
Yeah, that's a great scene.
It's a great meme.
And
Yeah.
and no one has brought this up yet, but I absolutely love the fucking final fight between Peter and Vulture. I think that fucking beach with all the debris and it's all on fire, and those two are facing off at nighttime, I think is awesome. Like that is one of my favorite set pieces from the whole series. I something about that scene, I just really like how it looks and how it feels. But yeah, outside of that, I don't have a whole lot to say. I really like his suit. It kind of looks a little high tech, but it also has the old school look, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the suit. I will say
Yeah.
that. I like how it looks like a lot like Steve Ditko's artwork, and that the eyes like move. I do really like that. Even though I'm not a fan of Tony making everything for him, like I do like the suit.
Like if it would have been the suit, it would have been cool. Like some of the other gadgets are a little much.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know. I feel like he has too many gadgets. Like he's got the
Yeah.
voice changer and like the
drone,
and like the lock on to kill mode and stuff. Like there's too much going on.
Like let him work his way up to that. But yeah, outside of that, Aunt May is fine. I don't have a whole lot to be said about her. Blake is
She's
like you
fine
said.
with an F.
Yeah, Meatloaf. She does kind of feel more like an older sister at times, but you know, whatever.
Yeah. Her as mom.
Yeah. And yeah, it would have been nice to get at least some mention of Uncle Ben, because at this point, 2 movies in, it just feels weird that he's never been brought up. Like, so I don't know. But that's really all I got. So letter grade wise, I'd probably give this one a B.
Alrighty. Next one, almost done. Second to last one, and our only animated one on the whole list tonight, Into the Spider-Verse. Again, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I love this movie. I mean, it used animation and music to its full advantage to really tell a story here, and to tell us a story that we've heard so many times over the last 20 years in terms of Spider-Man origin stories. Just gorgeous looking movie, well animated, great music, just a very like fan service done well type plot. It's just a ton of fucking fun. I mean, like perfect casting all around. Like especially like Nick Cage as Spider-Man Noir is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
John Mulaney as Spider Ham, great. I mean, it's just a great movie. I mean, you can't help but have a ton of fun watching this movie. I'm gonna give it an A. Trevor?
I'm right there with you. This is probably the only A on my list for the night. This is about as close to perfect as a Spider-Man movie can come. I fucking love this movie. I rewatch it regularly. Back to what I said earlier, the way I kind of look at movies, like if you can make me care about a subject matter I'm not normally interested in, that's kind of how I was with Miles going into this. Like, I was just like, oh, he's just kind of a new version of Ultimate Spider-Man story. But like, no, I mean, this movie introduced me. He has different powers. He has a somewhat different background that still kind of parallels Peter Parker. Like, it made me really care for the guy. And honestly, between this and the recent game, like I like elements of him more than Peter Parker.
Yeah.
But no, I absolutely love this movie. I like that we got a pretty big rogues gallery for something that was a more self-contained. It's crazy that they essentially created a new form of animation producing this. And it works so well. Like when I first heard, oh, they're making an animated Spider-Man movie in parallel with the live action ones, I'm like, that's sounds kind of fucking stupid, honestly. But no, it worked so well with such a great payoff. Donnie, like you mentioned, voice cast is really good. Even more of the cameos, now that I've looked into them, like it astounds me how great of a cast they had. Like I just found out like the other day, Spider-Man 2099 in the end credits was Oscar Isaac.
Yep.
Which was really cool.
And Chris Pine is Peter Parker in the world where he dies, like in Miles's world.
Yeah, that one I knew, but like Oscar Isaac, for whatever reason, I just never looked that up. Which is awesome. And I hope he plays more of a role in the next one. But yeah, I really don't have a whole lot to say. Just everything works in this movie. I love it. That's all I've really got. A.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, pretty much a lot of the same things. I love this movie. I went into this movie thinking I thought I was going to enjoy it, but I did not expect what I was going to watch. Like to me, this movie is like Mask of the Phantasm for Spider-Man. Like on that like level, like how Mask of the Phantasm was for Batman, like this is that for Spider-Man. Yeah, this movie made me love Miles Morales. Yeah, and that's like I feel like Miles is probably the best person to like wear the Spider-Man suit, like because I mean they've done other Spider-Men like Ben Reilly and stuff like that, but yeah, he's definitely the best person to kind of like take up the mantle. Yeah, the cast is great. I love all the Spider-Men that they show. Like they have like Gwen Stacy as Spider-Gwen. I love Spider-Man Noir. I've always loved the Noir series. It was great. It's Nicolas Cage. Um, and then, yeah, I love all the little I thought it was kind of cool that like the Spider-Man that's in Miles' world, who's kind of more like the picture perfect Spider-Man. He has like blonde hair, I guess, because he's more of the better the more like happy picture. I can't talk. Picture perfect Spider-Man. But I felt like that was kind of a Ben Riley reference because he had like blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
I was
But,
thinking that I was like, watch there be a sequel where it's like the actual Peter Parker's still alive.
yeah, but
I
then
don't
on
know.
the flip side, like you have the more traditional Peter Parker from his world, and like
Peter B. Parker.
I think Blake feels the same way. But like this Peter Parker is like this is the one I want to see in a movie, like a live action movie. I want to
Right.
see an older Peter Parker who's down on his luck. Like you see him, like he's like gained weight. He's
Mhm.
depressed. Like he went through like they show how happy like him and Mary Jane was in the other universe, but in this one, like they're getting a divorce. I love the look where like he's like missing his shoes. He's got like sweatpants and like a dirty like old jacket on, and he's got like 5 o'clock shadow. And I can't remember the actor's name, but he's from that show New Girl. Like he was great as Peter Parker,
Jake Johnson.
Jake
Yeah.
Johnson. And I can't they're like and like him and I can't think of the actor who played Miles, but like their chemistry was great, even though it was
Mhm.
just voice acting. Like that was it was
Well, people underestimate voice acting. Like
yeah.
it's grueling sometimes.
Yeah, if anything, it's harder to do because you don't have that like person to person like interaction. A lot of times they do it separately.
Right.
And the villains were good. I liked this that we finally got to see Kingpin in a Spider-Man movie because a lot of people forget he was originally a Spider-Man villain.
Mhm.
I like that they did some cool things, like they had like a scorpion that was actually a scorpion dude, and they did like a female Doc Ock, and we got to see like the big bulky Green Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
It was just cool to
And
see all that stuff.
and Tombstone was there and had 0 lines.
Yeah, Tombstone was there, and like I was always like, even before like they connected this character to Miles Morales, I always loved the Prowler. Like he was in the animated series a little bit,
Yeah.
and I love the dynamic of how like he's like Miles's uncle, kind of that he's the uncle he looks up to, but then like you find out he's a villain, and he kind of
Right.
he's kind of like a reverse like Uncle Ben, and like how he has to redeem himself, and it's that scene where like the Prowler's coming after him is kind of horror-esque. Like that's a very good scene.
Mhm.
Yeah, the music, and that's the soundtrack of this movie is amazing. Like the animation's amazing. It's literally like it's not like an animated movie. It's almost like a moving comic,
It's
but not.
Yeah.
This is basically Spider-Man's Fantasia in the way that the music coalesces with the animation.
Right. Yeah, it's almost like a musical in a way, but it's not. And I don't like I like this is I don't know. I'm an aesthetic guy. Like I like things to like look cool too. I'm a really like I've said that about like the costumes earlier in movies. Like I'm a stickler for that shit. Like if something doesn't look good, like it can sometimes take me out of it. I don't know why. Like I love the look. I always think about the movie. I love the look where Miles he takes Peter Parker's old suit and he spray paints it black and red, and he spray paints the symbol, and then just the scene where like he's swinging around, he's wearing like his jacket with the hoodie, and he's got the Jordans on. Like to me, that just it looks so fucking cool. Like that
It does.
design is amazing. Like I don't have one yet, but I want a fucking like action figure of that. Just just like him wearing that shit. Like I love that fucking look.
I think they're about to do a Spider-Verse Marvel Legends line. They
Yeah,
actually haven't so far.
yeah, and then there's like these like little figures. They're like what are they called, Ninjaroids or something? They're like
Oh
they're kind
yeah,
of
they're expensive as fuck.
yeah, they're like these expensive like posable little cartoony characters. They have one of him in that outfit, and I really fucking want it. But like
I have the pop of him in that with the hood up.
yeah, I love that look. Like and I don't know like that movie like honestly like to me if that movie and it's not a slur against this movie because there's nothing wrong with animated movies. Like animated movies can be better than live action movies, but I would put Spider-Man 2 just above this one just because I have a bias to live action movies. And I love animated movies. I do. I love animated movies to death, but like it's more magical to me when it's brought like brought to life. So if this was like somehow in an alternate universe, like a live action movie, like it would be number one for me. But like for me, like I'm still giving this an A. I think it's just below Spider-Man 2. Like if you're a Spider-Man fan and you love like seeing things from like alternate universes and what if stories, like it's the movie for you. It's great. I love it.
All right, Blake.
This is one of those few times, one of the few movies where I don't have anything bad to say about this movie. And it's like, how often does that happen for us? Where it's always
Right.
like, oh, I would have done this different. I would have changed this. I would have changed that. Like, I have no complaints for this movie. And that's amazing to me. Just that alone is just such an achievement. This is a near perfect film. I mean, and I only say near perfect in the sense that the devil's advocate argument of no movie can be perfect, but this is pretty damn close to being perfect.
Yeah.
I love the voice acting. Jake Johnson just basically plays himself from New Girl, and he's perfect. And Chris Pine as, Peter A. Parker, like Chris Pine would have been a great older Peter Parker in a live action movie. Like that could have worked even.
Yeah.
I would have totally seen that. And all the other voices are just great. It was cool seeing the Kingpin in a movie finally. And it's not just a movie that's cool. It's just a movie that has so much heart. And and I don't want to drag this out, but I also don't want to be too brief with it just to be unfair to this film. But, I love the moment towards the end where basically, after the Kingpin's been wrapped up and shit, Miles is on the phone with his dad, and his dad is just trying to come up with ideas for them to spend time together. And he's just like trying to hold back crying because he just wants to see his dad again.
Yeah.
And his dad just wants to be able to spend time with his son. Like I just love that. And it's just like some of the most beautiful moments in movies are these small moments. Like it doesn't have to be this big ass speech or whatever. Like sometimes it's just little stuff. No, with the possible exception of Spider-Man 2, and I'm still not sure, but with the possible exception of Spider-Man 2, this is the best Spider-Man film. It is better than at least all the other movies with real people. So I'm going to put it right next to Spider-Man 2 at an A. It is just, and when this movie was announced, same as Trevor, I'm like, who gives a shit? And I was just thinking of like a basic, like by the book, by the numbers, like DreamWorks movie,
Like they didn't even say Miles at first. Like you didn't know he was involved.
And I wasn't anticipating that it would be of this style, of this aesthetic. But I wasn't expecting Miles. Like I was just expecting like a boring ass like DreamWorks Peter Parker movie. And I ate my words so much, and I'm so glad I did. I was so impressed. I'm like, I didn't give a shit about this until I saw the trailers, and the trailers looked pretty decent. And it was one of those things where it's like I sat down in the movie theater, and I'm like, I'm sure it'll be fine either way. But it ended, and I'm like, I love this movie. Like, I cannot get over how much I loved it. So, yeah, I can gush over this for the next hour. But, yeah, so I'll leave it at that. It's an A, easily. No question, no contest.
All right, last movie, Spider-Man: Far From Home. Now, this one, we were talking about with Homecoming, Tony Stark being tied into Spider-Man's story in the MCU movies. I feel like it's done better and much more excusable in this one, because Far From Home really sets up Spider-Man as the new face of the MCU now that Tony Stark is gone. Which is great and fitting considering, keep in mind, before the Avengers movies came out, Spider-Man was the face of Marvel. Anytime you saw Marvel advertising or merchandise anywhere, it was always Spider-Man. He was the face of Marvel. So for him to like have this movie where they're setting him up as that, it's like this is the actual Homecoming, in my opinion. Now, Mike, you mentioned, you made the joke about Mysterio. He hates Tony Stark because he called his invention barf. I think that's an oversimplification because Mysterio ultimately is the villain because he's pissed that Tony Stark is giving away all this technology and all these gadgets, most of which at least part of which he helped create to a teenager. It's a case of who's the rightful heir to the throne. And I mean, just Jake Gyllenhaal's Mysterio in this movie was so fucking awesome. I mean, when they announced that we were finally getting, I mean, Mysterio is one of my favorite villains. So when they were like, we're finally getting a movie with Mysterio, I'm like, fucking finally, because every other time we get ready to, he gets fucking rebooted.
Yeah.
And when they were like, Jake Gyllenhaal's going to do it, I'm like, yo, Far From Home, more like Daddy's Home. Like, that's fucking amazing. I mean, he was so cool. He was so awesome. It's just a great movie. I mean, it does it's head and shoulders better than Homecoming. I mean, Tom Holland, he finds his rhythm with this movie. We got a great villain. We got a better story. The character's dynamic is better. Zendaya as MJ, she makes more sense. And again, I just love how it really sets Peter up as the new face of the MCU, and I'm gonna give it a B. And I think it probably has my favorite villain out of all these movies. Blake?
So, a lot of what I said with Homecoming was just my thoughts and feelings towards the Holland duo in general. So I hopefully I can keep this pretty brief. Jake Gyllenhaal is the best part of this movie. I mean, that's number one right there. Like, Jake Gyllenhaal is the best part of it.
And you could tell he had so much fun doing it too.
Yeah, and I liked him. I mean, I guess, like, for the sake of being devil's advocate, like, my only critique of him is, like, are we supposed to like him a little bit, or is he supposed to be a slimy son of a bitch? Like, which one is it?
Well, that's just how Mysterio is.
Yeah, and well, I guess that's a good point right there. But and I mean, the fighting between him and Spider-Man were cool, and just the scene where like Mysterio's fucking with him.
Yeah,
like I mean that's what we all showed up for. Let's be honest here. Like that's what we were all anticipating. Like, yo, like I can't wait to see Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio, just like being a dick. Yeah, and just like fucking with his medicine. But but no, I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal is awesome. He's the best part. That aside, the rest of the movie is okay. It's so-so. It's whatever. Literally everything I said about these characters with Homecoming still stands. I don't see how anyone would put up with this version of Flash Thompson. Like, honestly, like anybody, even the shortest kid in the classroom would smack the shit out of that kid. And as far as like MJ that goes, she was better this time. She was better. I like her more in this one. As far as like the plot goes, like as far as the Breakfast Club or like a John, Homecoming is like an ode to John Hughes, and then with this, like you're getting like Agent Cody Banks, Destination London. I feel like I've only seen each of these movies once, just that one time in theaters, and that was it. If I had to tomorrow night, if I had to choose between one of these two movies, which one to rewatch again, I oddly feel like I would go with Homecoming, and maybe that's just because I saw it 3.5 years ago instead of this movie being a year and a half ago. Like maybe I'm just randomly in the mood to watch the movie that I remember the least. I don't know, but I probably prefer the plot, whatever it was, to Homecoming. So, without being too petty or passive aggressive, Jake Gyllenhaal's awesome. Tom Holland, he gets the job done ultimately, I guess. I'm gonna give this movie a C though. It's just it is what it is.
Trevor?
Totally lost my train of thought again. It is late.
Yeah.
Actually, Trevor, before you go into that, with all due respect, guys, since this is the last movie, since I already did my thing, I got to be up in like 4 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and get off the call now. if that's okay. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, I got to be up in like 4.5 hours, so I'm right there with
yeah.
you, buddy.
Yeah. So thanks guys. Thanks for showing up. I love you all. Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night. So as Blake was kind of mentioning, the connections to the rest of the MCU did feel a little more natural in this one.
Mhm.
But once again, it's just too heavy-handed with the Iron Man stuff for me.
Yeah.
The sunglasses, Happy Hogan being a major character, it's just, I don't know. I just want to see Spider-Man be Spider-Man for a bit. And I get it with Tony Stark dying in the previous movie, like it's to be expected. But I don't know. I just want to see Spider-Man do Spider-Man things for a little while. I love this version of the Mysterio.
Mhm.
I just said the Mysterio. Mysterio. And if they do what I think they're doing with the third movie, I think that'll make his character even cooler.
Yeah.
Since, as it stands right now, of course, Mysterio has this whole thing where he's like, I'm a hero from an alternate dimension
Mhm.
that was somehow related to the events of Endgame and Infinity War. Um, but of course, that's a lie. It's a manipulation, like he always manipulates.
Yeah.
But that is a great red herring to compare against what seems to be a legitimate alternate dimension thing that's going to happen in the third movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that was thought out in advance and it's pretty cool. But yeah, I love his look. I love his kind of powers or simulated powers he has,
Mhm.
and that's definitely the best version of him I could picture on screen. So I'm happy with it. Um, I love Peter Parker's upgraded suit in this movie. I have always liked the red and black suit more than red and blue.
Mhm.
So it was cool to finally see that in a movie. Um, the stealth suit I thought was not that cool. It,
It's basically just the noir suit.
Yeah.
yeah, I was like, why? Why does he need that?
And that I do like the joke that the fake like because he's trying to avoid like Spider-Man being
Yeah,
in Europe and it's like Night Monkey.
Yeah.
Night Monkey. Yeah, I do like that. I do like
That was
that.
funny.
But all of his like ensemble of friends are just as good in this one. Flash, even a little bit more likable, I guess. But I I feel like the characters would be a little more shook up having been erased from reality, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they're just kind of chill with it after, kind of going back to school and everything. I guess it is a little time after that all went down,
Mhm.
Yeah, they
but at
kind
the
of just make
same
it into
time,
a joke.
yeah. But I do like how they play into the fact that some of them are older than others at this point.
Yeah.
Like you have a kid that was younger than them back before this is now like as old as them and like kind of going after MJ,
Yeah,
Mhm.
he
which is
like
kind of
he
funny.
like he like he like hit puberty and now he's good looking now.
hmm hmm So I like that they played around with that, and I was hoping something like that would happen when they announced a Spider-Man movie would be coming off like of Endgame.
Mhm.
I was thinking the
Um,
movie was going to take place before, but it didn't.
yeah, but one thing I didn't really mention with Homecoming that I think applies here too. With both of these Spider-Man movies, I had a very similar feeling to when I saw Thor and Captain America, like the first ones. And what I mean by that is Thor and Captain America were the movies that led up to the original Avengers.
Mhm.
And you knew in advance that Avengers was coming out.
Mhm.
And you weren't seeing those movies to find out about Thor and Captain America. You were seeing how are Thor and Captain America going to tie into the Avengers movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you were watching them because you were anticipating something bigger. And I feel like Homecoming and Far From Home both suffer from a similar issue. Homecoming, you're not seeing because you want to see this new Peter Parker. You want to see like how he does. You want to see how he's established in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to see like how he's going to relate to the Avengers and everything like that. And the same with Far From Home. I went into that as like, oh, this isn't going to be like a, fun little Spider-Man adventure. This is essentially the epilogue to Endgame. We're going to see how the world comes back from this.
Right.
And it's like it's almost like you're seeing these things for like an ulterior motive, whether you intend to or not. I don't know. But it feels like there's a catch to these Spider-Man movies in particular. It's like it's not just it just can't be a Spider-Man movie for some reason or another. But outside of that, yeah, I mean it's really fun. It definitely doesn't compare to Spider-Verse. I think that totally blew this out of the water, which is why 3 seems to be taking a similar course.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's fun. I'd rewatch it plenty. It's just not my favorite at all.
Right, where would you rank
So I probably put it at a C.
it?
It's just kind of there, right in the middle.
Close us out, Mike.
Okay. I would say I agree with a lot of what Trevor had to say. I do really like Mysterio. Like I love finally getting to see Mysterio in live action. He was
Mm-hmm.
one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. And Jake Gyllenhaal is always great at what he does. My thing, it's not so much the barf thing. Like I'm just saying that as a joke. It's just the whole it's a villain connected to Tony Stark again. That's my main gripe. It's not the
Right.
character. Like his motivations are totally fine. Like I totally get it. Like he's power hungry and like he doesn't want someone taking credit for like his inventions or be giving away to a kid. Like I totally get that. Is he the best villain in all the Spider-Man movies? No, but that's only because like I think the best villains are more emotionally driven, and I think that still is Doc Ock from Spider-Man 2. But he's up there. Like I think he's a great Mysterio because he's fun. He's definitely the best part of the movie. I think Tom Holland, Tom Holland's been doing the same thing he's been doing in every movie. He's fine. I feel like even in this movie, like they go even more into the Tony Stark things, and that's what gets on my nerves. Like
Right.
he's gone, and they're going it even more. Like he's hanging out with Happy Hogan, like most of the movie, and like he's got like the machine. He's in the Quinjet, and like he's got a machine like building him like new suits, and like I'm just over the Iron Man Jr. thing. Um, I will say there's a lot of things I think they improved on it. I think like the jokes are a little better. Zendaya is like the pseudo MJ is a lot better. Like they made her a lot more likable.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know how I feel about like them going to Europe though. I feel like a lot of people don't talk about that. I feel like I'm not saying Spider-Man can't just be confided to New York, but like that is very much like his character. And um I don't know, like them like going to Europe and like I said with like the teeny bopper feel.
Mhm.
Did anyone ever see like the Lizzie McGuire movie?
It's like that, yeah.
It fucking feels like the Lizzie McGuire movie, like how she
Well,
goes to
it's
like fucking Italy and stuff. It's like, oh, the Lizzie
when
McGuire gets a movie. Like now we got to go on vacation. Like
when
it
you have
feels like every
six
teen movie in the early 2000s.
when you have 6 movies that took place in New York City and did it fine, it feels kind of gimmicky.
Yeah,
Like Spider-Man's not this global hero like a lot of these other guys are. Like Like, yeah, maybe if he was like teamed up with the Avengers somewhere, but like,
Yeah, and I mean, like, if they, my thing is like, if they did what they did in like the, I mean, not to do the comics thing, but like, if they did what they did in the comics, and like they established like Miles, and like there was an older Peter, and like remember when like Peter had like what was it like Parker Industries or whatever, or Parker Foundations or something.
yeah, maybe something like that.
It was after like Peter got his body back from Superior Spider-Man, and he had that fortune, and like he kind of like they almost do like a James Bond-esque thing where he kind of does like adventures around the world and has more technology. But it's just like I don't know. It just felt like it's going back to what I said. It's the kiddiness. Oh, going on vacation. It's like I don't know. It feels these movies feel very Disney Channel to me. But the one thing I'll give them is that the villains are really good. And the thing I forgot to say about the Vulture, one of the little touches I liked about the Vulture is that he literally is a vulture. Like he's a scavenger. Like he finds like old parts and like makes a suit. I thought that was cool. And like the Mysterio is great. Like the scene where Mysterio creates the holograms and like is like making like is like tricking Spider-Man, and like he sees like Iron Man's like corpse, and they're doing all the crazy
Yeah,
shit.
that I was when they show like a decrepit like Iron Man skeleton, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I didn't think they would go that far.
Yeah, and like when like Mysterio's like making copies and he's growing big, like that's what I wanted to see. Like I wanted to see like a crazy ass like Mysterio illusion. Kind of like it reminded me a lot of the Spider-Man 2 game, like when your Spider-Man goes into like Mysterio's apartment and you go into that giant fun house. Like that's what I wanted, and like they nailed it. Like that was great. And um yeah, and I like you said, Trevor, like I think it fits better in the MCU. It's one of those things that's like I like that it's in the MCU, but they need to tone it down with the Tony Stark thing. And I think they're learning the
Right.
lesson, because if Into the Spider-Verse didn't do as well, I don't think this Spider-Man 3 would be like how it's coming out to be.
Yeah.
I feel like and like I feel like that they're doing that because Into the Spider-Verse did well. And I'm telling you now, like because of that movie, they're probably going to introduce Miles Morales into the MCU very soon.
Yeah.
Um, which I mean that's fine. And
I
but yeah, I
mean,
just no.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
there was a light reference to him already. I mean,
Yeah, well,
and
like Donald Glover's like he's supposed to be the Prowler, isn't he?
he's supposed to be the guy that is the Prowler. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like
And he mentions his nephew real quick.
Yeah.
yeah, he's yeah, because like really like the original like Miles Morales is like really young. He's only like 14 or something.
Yeah.
But eh, really I don't have much else to say. Like it's like Mysterio steals the show, but I just wish it wasn't as kiddie and they toned down on the Iron Man stuff. Like, but like I actually think it's a little better than Homecoming, and I would put it at like a C. Like it's in the middle for me. It's enjoyable.
Right.
All right.
That's all I gotta say.
Well, that is it. We did it. Our
We
longest
did it.
episode yet.
Woo!
Yeah, it was long. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I did not expect that, but we had a good
It's
time.
Spider-Man. We had a lot to say.
Yeah. But hey, thanks for being here tonight, guys. It was a fun time.
No problem.
Thanks for having me.
And
Thanks for having this Gilder
thanks for having the meatloaf.
I pierced that meatloaf's gilder
with his body.
like your father's pierced me.
I loved your meatloaf like a Gilder.
I like the idea of this butler losing his mind.
Spider-Man into the Gilder verse.
Your father's meatloaf pierced my gilder.
All right, on that note, I'm ready to call tonight. I'm sure you guys are too.
Definitely.
It's tomorrow. So, on that note,
O'clock?
Yeah, it is but o'clock. So, good night everybody. Be good, be safe.
Bye-bye.
Good night.